Hikaru, was the d3 pawn today a juicer?
Well, I mean, I think at the end everything was a juicer and everything was hanging. All his pawns were split, and the only thing I was unhappy with was that at the end I couldn't get the wide pipa pawns, where like there were a lot of endgames where I can get like the H pawn and the D pawn, and he can't stop both, or that I couldn't get this a bathtub or flying V with the pawns, because there were a couple spots towards the end that maybe I had a chance, but it's more important to win the game than trying to meme, so I wasn't really going to mess it up. When I played this H6 move, I could have done many other things, but it's a win.
And what Twitch emote would you use to describe your game today?
I think probably PogO.
Maybe this line with knight c6 and e4 that has come into popularity lately. What do you think?
Well, I have to admit, I has gone g3. The openings are not my forte, to say the least. I'm very unfamiliar players' repertoires. The only thing I know is that Hikaru has been playing a lot of b3 based stuff online, but as he also mentioned yesterday when he joined us, of course he has all these online games and clearly his opponents look at them. So I think he has an extra hard challenge when preparing openings. And I'm not surprised to see him play something which he doesn't play all that often, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. He definitely wants to throw Esipenko off. And indeed, I don't think I've seen him play this line a lot at all, either both online and over the board. So yeah, it's not a surprise that Esipenko is thinking here. And Grischuk, did he come late to the board, or what is... Oh wait, actually Grischuk plays the Pierce defense. He's going all out to try to beat Bakro.
That's crazy, actually. I did not expect that. I also don't remember Grischuk playing the Pierce so much, so quite at the top level. And maybe, Benjamin, you can explain why you say that this is an opening where he's going all out to get the full point.
Yeah, right, so the Pierce is usually considered to be a risky opening at the top level, because you're giving white basically the center for free. And there's a lot of things white can do. White can go for something aggressive like f4 followed by knight f3 and go for some sort of attack. There's also moves like bishop e3 or bishop g5, usually connected with moves like queen to d2 and long castles. But white can also adopt a more solid approach with moves like knight f3, bishop e2 and short castle. So I'm very curious to see what approach Etienne will go for here.
Yeah, I'm sure Etienne is taken by surprise, but I think for him it's also not bad news, because if it also means for sure you get more chances as white, and as you said, he can now choose just how an aggressive an approach does he go for. And I'm curious, what do you expect?
I think he will go for something that is sort of solid but still ambitious. And yeah, I mean, he must have looked at this at some point, probably not too long ago. But yeah, it will be interesting to see. I mean, Bakro is one of the outsiders. I mean, he's the lowest rated in his group. But I mean, if people take risks like these against him, maybe he will also have an outside chance to qualify to the knockout stage.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, this group, one of the groups where everything is open, we haven't talked about that, but the results yesterday in this group, Hikaru's group, we had all draws. Both games were drawn yesterday, so everyone's still in with the shot. I wonder if Grischuk, how he reacted when he came back to his room, looked at the game and realized he had been winning.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised to see him taking so many risks here with black so early on in the tournament. But once again, it's a very short tournament, only 6 rounds. So yeah, apparently he did feel like he needs to beat Bakro here with the black pieces. So yeah, and actually we also have a move by Esipenko. He played the move d5.
Okay, so immediately going for the center. And what are the ways in which Hikaru can react to d5?
I think generally after d5, white should take on d5, and after knight takes, played bishop to g2. And then black has two options. The main line has always been the move knight to b6, but black can also choose the new move bishop c5, and basically saying that white doesn't have a tactic connected to the bishop on the long diagonal. I think this line with bishop c5 was brought into popularity by Grischuk a couple of years ago. But yeah, knight b6 has always been the main line. But I'm a little bit, I don't know if the board is liking, but I'm a little bit surprised that, I guess the board is liking because he has taken on d5 and Esipenko recaptured.
And bishop g2 has been played by Hikaru. And here comes bishop c5.
Yeah.
So it's funny that Grischuk, as you said, was the one to popularize this, and he is playing in the same group, keeping an eye on what's going on.
Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, it will be interesting to see what Hikaru will do here. I think, I mean, something like castles and d3, or castles followed by d3 is the main line. I mean, he must have looked at this with Lil Jon, I would think. But yeah, I just cannot tell whether the boards are lagging or what the exact clock times are, you know?
Yeah, well, I think anyway, it's early doors. The game just got underway 7 minutes ago, so both players seem to have played relatively fast. I think so far both of them in known territory. Who do you think is likely to spring the first surprise in this game?
Well, I mean, I think Hikaru has already sprung the first surprise by going for the English, which Esipenko didn't really expect. But to be honest, this move Queen C2, to me, looks like a new move. I don't think I've seen this move before, and I wonder what the point is. So I guess let's make a random move for black, right? Let's say black plays a move like bishop e6, which looks completely natural. That would be a big mistake, I guess, because of knight takes d5, and if black, we hit the bishop on c5, and if black takes with the queen, we have to move knight g5, sorry, and we hit the queen with our bishop. All right. So black has to do something about the bishop on c5. So I guess a move like bishop e6 looks quite natural, but then maybe there's still ideas with knight takes d5, and if queen takes knight g5, because we hit the queen on d5, and we hit the pawn on h7 with checkmate. So I guess that's Hikaru's idea.
Interesting. I see that Benjamin Husa in the chat is saying Queen C2 has been played 27 times. I must clearly have a different database. I see only 6 games. Maybe some of those has some online games, but yeah, definitely Queen C2. Hikaru answering my question as to who sprung the first surprise clearly was him, because the games that I'm seeing, there is only one master level game. It's Norman Smitsius with the white pieces, but other than that, no big names or strong ratings. So Queen C2, interesting, and Esipenko is going to have to figure out
Indeed.
to meet it.
So you're saying Norman's Mises had the only over the board game at the master or grandmaster level with the move Queen C2?
Yeah, at least that's, unless people have better data than me, but it's for me the only one I am seeing. And that continued, but okay, his opponent was only rated 2000, almost 20, wait. No, his opponent was rated 2000. No offense to any 2000 players, I'm almost in that category myself, but his opponent captured on c3.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, taking on c3 looks quite natural. I wonder what Hikaru has planned there. I think really either capture makes a lot of sense. Maybe, I mean, all captures make a lot of sense. Maybe think with the d pawn or with the b pawn. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what what's gonna happen. A move like knight f6 also makes sense. So knight g5 never threatens checkmate. Yeah, so lots of options here for Esipenko, and I expect him to go for a think here. So why don't we have a look at the other games real quick?
Sure, let's do it.
So
Wanna
which game do
go
you wanna have a
group?
look?
We can go
ahead.
group by group, maybe starting with Group B.
Yeah, sure. So let's have a look at Group B.
Group B, which was the most decisive yesterday. Both games both ended with white wins, both out of, was it this group, the second Catalan? No, there was one Catalan.
Sorry, so which game?
Yesterday in this group, were they?
Yeah. Oh yeah, it
Yes.
was 2 wins in the Catalan, yeah, I think.
So Vidit beat Oparin, Vitosek beat Rapport, and Vitosek gets white again today.
Mm-hmm.
And
Very nice
we,
for him.
but this time he opened with the English.
Aha, interesting. Okay, so he's playing Grigory Oparin, and they had this line where black goes for a very quick d5. And by some people this is referred to as the Dubov Tarash, where black takes on d4 very quickly and goes for bishop c5. So white has to do something about the knight on d4, knight b3, bishop e6, knight e4, castles. So, I mean, to me this line never really appealed for black, because black has a lot of structural weaknesses. He has the double pawns on b6 and b7, and he has the isolated pawn on d5, and on top of that white also has the 2 bishops. So structurally speaking, I really like Wojtaszek's position.
So what is it? Black has all these weaknesses. You mentioned the pawn structure, no bishop here. So why does black go for this line?
I don't know. Well, no, well, black has some activity. I mean, he can put the rook on the open file. But generally, I don't know. Like, to me, it looks okay. H5. Maybe that's why. Like he wants to go. If white goes castles, he wants to go H4 and try to chip away at the white pawn structure at the king side. That's generally a plan here. And given the fact that Oparin played it fairly quickly, this must still have been his preparation, because H5 is also the top engine move. So curious to see how this one will proceed.
I'm also very curious. We talked yesterday that Wojtaszek, he is one of the best prepared players. He was a long time second for Vichy Anand, so I'm curious. Yeah, I'm curious to see, is he going to castle into that H4 pawns, H pawn storm? Does he have something prepared? I'd be shocked if it came as a surprise to him.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, because Wojtaszek also played fairly quickly, so I'm sure that he must still have something prepared here. I guess we'll soon find out what it is. And in the meantime, Hikaru is also playing fairly quickly. After Queen C2, Esipenko played the move Knight F6, and Hikaru blitzed out the move A3. So once again, I think we'll just have to wait and see how that game is going to develop. A move like A5 makes sense to me to stop the move B4. But I think, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see how this one will proceed.
A quiet start to the game, or not quiet, but a solid start to the game, and I think once again makes the sense. These players, they don't come out, they're not hacking themselves, just throwing everything at the enemy king, hope for the best. So yeah, this is going to come to life a little bit later. Do you like what Hikaru has done in the opening?
Yeah, I mean, he's gone for something new. He's taken Esipenko out of prep, which I think is very important. Esipenko, I think he is known to also be a little bit slow in terms of time management. So the fact that Hikaru takes him out of book quickly is a good sign. Have him think early on. And yeah, I kind of like this this position. I wonder what he has prepared after the move A5 though. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
I'm sure he will answer that for us if a 5 appears on the board.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, do you want to check out the other game in this group? So the other game between Rapport and Fedoseev, and Rapport with the white pieces, already not quite in a must-win, but very close to it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, yeah, to me, I feel like it's, like, practically speaking, a must-win, because, I mean, he lost yesterday, so if he strikes back today with white pieces, that'd be huge for his tournament. Of course, it's, like you said, it's a bit too early to talk about such things, but, I mean, I kind of like this opening approach by him here. This move knight h3 might look a little bit weird, but white usually follows up with a move like f3. Then white can go e4, and the knight sometimes goes later on to f4 or f2. So even though this move knight h3 looks weird, there's a lot of ideas behind it.
Sorry, I was just surprised by a comment I saw in the chat. Wizard of Fire saying, "Rapport I'm concerned for, felt that he didn't have a good Tata steel." Okay, I mean, he came second in Tata steel behind Magnus Carlsen, so surely that's not such a bad.
Yeah, no, for sure. No, he had a pretty good result in Vaikanze, so yeah, I don't think he has much to complain about his tournament there.
For sure. And so today, how do you think? Will he be happy after with what he's gotten out of the opening?
I mean, yeah, it's still very early on, so we'll just have to see how Fedoseev will play. But I mean, I think he can be happy about the fact that Fedoseev is thinking here. At least the players are getting something, you know, original on the board. So I think he can be fairly happy right now. Yeah.
So let's see. Wow, I just opened Group C. We had one decisive result yesterday with Vidit and Aronian beating Vidit, and I see that Vidit on the black side is already down to the end game against Vincent Keimer. So maybe we can quickly see how we got here.
Yeah, so it started off as a very new variation in the Tarrasch, where after c takes d5, the main moves have always been e takes d5 or knight takes d5, but this new line emerged with c takes d4, and after queen takes, black goes pawn takes d5, and after e4, black takes. And originally this was thought to be quite good for white, because white gets the two bishops and black gets these ugly pawns in the center, but theory developed and players found out that this line is actually very playable for black, and I think this line was also seen in the game between Shakhriyar and Duda in Vaikanze.
Yeah.
A game in which Duda was winning, but then he threw it all away just before the time control.
That's correct.
And so yeah, Vidit looks to be very well prepared. He has 133 on the clock, Keimer has 127, so Keimer must have looked at this at some point, but he seems to be taking the first real thing of the game here, and he takes on b7, I guess. Something like knight takes b7, rook takes b7, and bishop c5 should be fine for black, right? And you hit the pawn on f2. But I mean, Vidit seems to be in his preparation, so we'll find out soon enough.
It's fine, right? But it's not more than fine. You're a pawn down, and all you're saying is, "I will make a draw." Is that what's going on?
Yeah, no, true. I mean, black cannot ever be really better, because indeed he's down a pawn. He's got the opposite colored bishop. He's got the opposite colored bishops. So he has very good drawing chances, but he doesn't ever have chances for more. But that's, you know, usually how it goes at the top level. They're happy, you know, to make a draw with black.
Usually, but this is not a usual situation for Vidit, who lost yesterday.
True. Yeah, you make
lowest rated player. I'm a bit surprised that he went for this line, I have to say.
Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, you make a very good point there. In a situation where he has to win his group, and he has already lost the first game. He's playing the lowest seed in his group with the black pieces. It's a bit surprising that he goes for a line that basically offers him 0 winning chances. Because let's say this game ends in a draw, right, which is basically the best he can get from this opening, then he will be on half a point out of 2, and he will basically have to score 3.5 out of his next 4 games, probably, to have a chance.
Yeah, I see that Hikaru in the chat is saying maybe Vidit just wants things down and play solid. Of course, like in general, stopping the bleeding and all that, the Russian school of chess, I think it makes a lot of sense. But yeah, just in this situation, there was no time. Basically, there was no time for that. Like, I mean, after the first round loss, what I'm claiming is whether you lose or draw, for the pool situation, barely makes the difference if you want to come out as the winner. But we'll see. I mean, of course, Vidit, well, we'll see, first of all, what happens in this game. But yeah, I don't think Black has any winning chances, as you were saying. So we'll see. But he has a big task of him in the coming rounds, for sure.
Yeah, no, you make a very good point there. I mean, usually, indeed, if, like, let's say in a tournament like Vaikanze, right, you lose a game, then maybe you make, a solid draw to stop the bleeding. But here, I mean, you stop the bleeding and the tournament is already almost over. So,
exactly.
Yeah, we'll see. So let's have a look at this other game in the group between Daniil Dubov and Vidit and Aronian, where we have a London. So the game started out with, like I said, a London and a very quick knight h5 by Vidit. Pretty interesting line. Bishop e5 by Dubov. e6 and c4 opening up the center right away. And after pawn takes d4, he's thinking. So yeah, very original opening. Both players have still played fairly quickly. So I'm curious to see who's out of book first here.
Yeah, I mean, this one's such an interesting matchup, a huge game for with the white pieces. I'm sure he'll be looking to strike against Vidit, two very creative players as well. And as you said, I'm very curious to see who will strike first. But Daniil is thinking after c takes d4. What is he thinking about? How to recapture, or can he capture 5 maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of options here. I would think that he has looked at this at some point. I think really any move is possible here. C takes d5 looks like a possibility. Bishop takes d4, pawn takes d4, maybe even knight takes d4 is a move, because if you take the bishop on e5, I can take the knight on h5. That is a possibility. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. And maybe Dubov is the first one who's taken here by surprise. Vidit with 131 on the clock still looks pretty confident.
Yeah, so Vidit confident at the moment. Will have to come back here as this game jumps to live. So that was it for Group C. And we see that Esipenko is still thinking. So that's fantastic news for Hikaru. And finally, that leaves us with Group D, where yesterday both games were drawn. One between the two Americans, Dominguez and Wesley So, and the other between Shirov and Hari Krishna.
So let's have a look at the game between Hari Krishna and Wesley So. I was thinking this would have been a patch of defense, but it's actually a Berlin. Once again, a rook e1 Berlin, kind of what Hikaru had yesterday, and the move a4 by Hari Krishna, which is a little bit unusual. White is delaying to recapture the pawn on e5. So knight bishop e7, knight c3, a6, bishop f1. Wesley goes e4, gives the pawn back voluntarily, but after he does so, he gets good development with d5 and bishop g4. But Hari Krishna is playing very, very quickly. Probably he's still in his preparation, and Wesley So has already thought a little bit. But do you think this opening can really be dangerous for Black?
Do I think this can really be dangerous for Black? I mean, it's so hard to answer these questions, right? When you don't, you're not in the player's prep. Like, I haven't played this from either side. At first sight, if you ask me, it doesn't look too dangerous to me. But then, if I was sitting and Hare Krishna had blitzed out every single move, I would probably be a little bit scared.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, nothing too bad can happen to Black, right? I mean, what's really the worst that can happen? You can end up in a slightly worse position. But given the fact that Hare Krishna is blitzing out everything, it's definitely a bit worrying. I would think that Black probably has to trade on e2. White will then have to take with the rook. I mean, you cannot take with the queen because then you leave the pawn on d4 hanging. So we have to take with the rook. And I guess Black can maybe take the knight on e5 with the bishop. And after pawn takes, I mean, maybe White is a little bit better if he can get the kingside majority going. But I really don't think Black should have too much to worry about here. But I'm very curious to see how deep Hare Krishna's preparation will go.
Yeah, so Wesley, of course, is one of the not just strongest players in the world, but he's so solid as well. I mean, he rarely ever loses any game. So I'm like you, I'm curious. At the moment, I'm not too worried, but Hare Krishna clearly came very well prepared. And the other player with the white pieces, he will be looking to make the most and press for the full point.
Yeah. And in the other game we have in that group is the game between Alexei Shirov and Lenier Dominguez. So Shirov played this pretty new line where White goes knight c3 on move 2 and then after d6 d4, pawn takes queen takes d4 to begin, or to like newer people, this might look like White is making a mistake because Black can bring his knight out with a tempo and hit the queen. But the point behind it is that White wants to drop the queen back to d2 and after g6 continue development with b3 and bishop b2. Bishop h6 was played by Lenier, hitting the queen right away. And after f4, knight f6, bishop e2, castles, long castles and the move e5. And Shirov seems to be thinking here, which is quite surprising to be honest. Because, I mean, this should have been still part of his prep, I would think.
And I just brought up the database because I was curious what's going on in that position, but there's still a fair few grandmaster games here. One of them actually is Anish Giri with the black pieces against Arthur Gabrielian. So yeah, I'm shocked that Shiro is thinking and has been thinking, has invested already almost 20 minutes to get to this position.
Yeah, no, indeed.
He's been thinking position. He's been thinking for 20 minutes.
For 20 minutes already?
Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah, indeed. I think the main move here is the move g3. I guess Dominguez is still in his preparation. I mean, he has 129 on the clock. And I think given the fact that Dominguez here plays the Sicilian also signals that, you know, he's going out to try and win this game. Once again, it's a group. Second place, you know, let's say you score 3.5 out of 6. That's a good result, but it's not gonna make you move on to the next round. And for a lot of players, this is their last chance to qualify for the candidates.
Yeah, so let's remind everyone there are 2 spots up for grabs from the whole Grand Prix series, which has 24 players in total and only two spots. So you probably need to at least win or come second in one of the 2 events you're playing. All the players will be playing 2 out of the 3 events. And yeah, I mean, so many strong players for only 2 spots.
Indeed, I think to qualify you have to make it into the knockout stage in both your legs.
Yeah, I think so. At least,
yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, probably if you win one and maybe you make it in another leg to the semis, that could be actually good enough, I would think.
Yeah, because it's also there's a huge difference in points. Like the real winners really get a lot of points. So winning one is huge.
Indeed.
Already.
So yeah, we'll see how it goes. So Shirov did play the move g3, and rook e8 by Dominguez. He's trying to attack the pawn on e4, and I'm very curious to see how this one will proceed. But Shirov seems to be on his own here, and Dominguez has probably still looked at this recently. So curious to see how this one will proceed.
Let me ask you one question about this game before we move. In general, when we see opposite sides castling, it's sort of a race to see who can get to the other king first. Is that what's going on here as well, or is the character of the position a little bit more positional?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit more positional. I mean, there's more of a battle going on in the center. It's not like white storming with his pawns on the king side, like going like h4, h5, but like going a5, a4, for example. But it's really, you know, yeah, like you said, a positional battle in the center. I think white should play a move like bishop to g2 to make sure that the pawn on e4 is always well protected. And I think that, let's say white has time to stabilize. So let's say white goes bishop g2, knight ge2, maybe king b1. White's position should be quite pleasant, but for the moment, black has a lot of pressure towards the central pawns. I mean, he's putting a lot of pressure on the pawn on f4, and also putting a lot of pressure on the pawn on e4. A move like bishop g4 can always come in quickly. So I think that's really what this position revolves around right now, whether white can stabilize or not.
Really nice and an interesting game. I'm looking forward to seeing how Shirov against Dominguez continues. But finally, Benjamin, we had a move in the Hikaru game. And maybe before we look at the move, maybe I'll let you explain. I saw for the last while, spent almost 20 minutes on knight d4. And I saw a lot of people in the chat who were getting impatient. Why is he thinking so long? Why doesn't he just make a move? And maybe I'll let you answer why it isn't that easy just making a move.
Right. So Esipenko knows that he's facing Hikaru's preparation, right? So he knows that after every move, there is a possibility that Hikaru has looked at this with the computer and that Hikaru will simply blitz out the next move. So that already puts a lot of psychological pressure on him, and also he just wants to make sure that he doesn't do anything stupid and gets into a very worse position right out of the opening. So that's why, you know, he's taken a bit aback, and that's why he's taking some time here. But it looks like knight d4 has taken Hikaru out of book because, bless you, because he hasn't moved yet. But I think that he has to take on d4.
So knight d4, yeah, so hitting the queen on c2. So as you're saying, either we take on d4 or we have to move the queen, but moving the queen there doesn't seem to be too many appealing squares.
Indeed, yeah, and also we lose time, so I would think Hikaru has to take the knight on d4. I guess black takes with the pawn. And then I'm curious to see what Hikaru will do. I mean, maybe he can move his knight somewhere, but I don't know. It does look pretty solid for black. But it does seem like Hikaru.
Where do you move the knight to in this spot?
That is a very good question. Maybe the a4. The bishop will probably move back to e7, and then maybe we play something like b4 and try to put the knight on c5 later on. White can try to play for a small advantage here, but black once again is pretty solid, so very curious to see how Hikaru... I mean, I'm pretty sure he will take on d4, but then after pawn takes, I think he has a lot of options, so I'm curious to see how that will proceed.
And yeah, I see that back the infamous is saying the board's updating extremely slowly, so there is a chance he has already moved. Could be. Because, okay, if we go back to the position after knight d4, if Hikaru is still thinking, where could he even go with the queen? What are the squares available to us? d1, tempting because we just came from there. a4 is a... but... Yeah, none of the squares seem very
Yeah.
tempting.
Yeah, no, indeed. I think moving the queen isn't too appealing because we just lose a lot of time, right? We just move the queen to c2 and then move it back. Black just gets, let's say we go queen d1, right? Black can just play a move like rook e8. And what is white really playing for in this position, right? We've just lost a lot of time. So move knight d4 is actually quite useful for black. So I'm pretty sure that Hikaru just will have to trade on d4. But okay, it's of course also his first thing of the game, so he doesn't want to blitz. Maybe he wants to take a couple minutes, just really get into the feel of thinking and playing.
I mean, we
classical
also
chess.
don't know. Like sometimes the players might be in the bathroom or might be getting a drink, so we never know what exactly is going on the scene. Is Hikaru even at the board? I agree with you. Expect him to take on d4 quite soon, and maybe we can update what's going on. Game in the group back row against Grischuk.
Yeah, let's have a look at that game because I'm very curious to see how that one is proceeding. So let's see. So we have more moves here. So Bakro adopted more of a solid strategy. He played the move. He went for the variation with knight f3 and bishop e2, castles, castles, a6 by Grischuk, and Bakro went a4 to stop the b5 push. So all pieces still on the board here. I think a move like knight c6 is usually what black plays in this position, and given the fact that Bakro has 128 on the clock, I mean he hasn't blitzed out his moves, but he still has played fairly quickly, so I do think that he's probably looked at this
I think
fairly
that
recently.
the clock times cannot be correct, right?
Yeah, that is a good point.
So
Right, so
I'm
what are the
seeing
correct
different
clock
times. I'm seeing somewhere else. I see 1 hour 24 for 05 for Grischuk, which I think makes more sense. I mean, at least that's a possible clock
Right.
time.
So let's see. Yeah, those are also the times I'm seeing on chess.com/24. No, probably that is correct. Yeah, 124 for Bakro and and 105 for Grischuk. But this is still one of the main lines. I do expect Grischuk to play the move knight c6. That has always been the main move, I believe, in this position. And then, I think he cannot be too unhappy about the outcome of the opening. I mean, all the pieces on the board, and really anything can happen, I would think.
But once again, I'm just shocked that Grischuk, I mean, he spent almost 20 minutes on the move a6. Like, how do you justify that kind of time usage?
It's a good question. Yeah, I mean, he wants to try to find the most combative, the most fighting position. So that is why he's investing his time early on. I guess he doesn't want the position to dry up too early. But I mean, well, once again, like even if it gets to a combative position, the fact that he's down 20 minutes does not play in his favor. But I mean, Grischuk is known to handle time pressure very, very well.
Except for yesterday when he threw away half a point. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the clock situation definitely cost him. So we'll see. I mean, once again, given the fact that this will probably be a very combative game, he needs to try to keep time on the clock for the critical positions.
Yeah, a very interesting day today in this Group A, as we see that Hikaru has indeed captured on d4 and is now deciding where to jump to with the knight.
Indeed, yeah. So the knight is under attack. We'll be curious to see where he is gonna go. He can also throw in a move b4 right away, but even if black moves the bishop, then he will have to move the knight anyway. But I do think that he's probably out of book now, right? I mean, we're getting no moves, so we'll be interested. Go ahead.
I guess that the move knight d4 must have come. A3 came probably as a surprise to Andre, and then knight d4 possibly as a surprise to Hikaru.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, very curious to see what he will come up with there. Do we have any action in the other games?
Let me have a quick look. Oh, we should go back to Vitosek Oparin, which we left it off after Oparin threw his H pawn up the board.
Huh. And
but it's looking very interesting.
And so Oparin played h4, and Vitosek was just like, give me that pawn. He just took it. And after bishop g4, he played f3, bishop f5, knight d4, bishop g6, and now he's thinking. But, I mean, even though White's pawn structure on the king side looks very weakened, I mean, with the bishop coming to f2, everything is nicely defended, I think. And he is up a pawn, he has the two bishops. So it's really up to Oparin to prove the compensation here. And it's actually quite interesting, because yesterday he had this game against Fedoseev, where he also pushed the h-pawn up the board, right? And actually pushing the pawn all the way to h3 lost him the game eventually. So yeah, pushing your h-pawn up the board is not always good, you know?
Yeah, I'll be curious. Clearly, he's trying his luck again, but I like Wojciech's position, and I think he is going to have to, Oparin is going to have to prove something here.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed. I think Wojciech can be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening. In the other game in that group, we also have more moves. We left off after the move knight h3. Fedoseev played h6, bishop h4, d6, f3, the move we mentioned earlier, knight bd7, and e4, white builds big center. And after c5, the move knight to f2. Black always has tactics when knight takes e4 because you hit the queen on c3 and the bishop on h4, but I doubt that they can work out because I guess White, I mean, the knight on c3 will always be a bit stranded. So let's say we take on d8, takes bishop b7, and then take on d6. The knight on c3 is almost trapped. So I don't think that can really work out for black. So I think Richard can be quite happy about the outcome of the opening. He has the two bishops, he has a big center. So, I mean, what do you think Fedoseev is going to try to do here to compensate for that?
Yeah, I don't know if you can do something in the center, if there's any way to blow up the center, or where his play is going to come from. Can it be something on the queen side? On the queen side, but yeah, I expect maybe also the white king is currently still in the center, so I don't know if opening up the center makes sense.
Yeah, no, indeed, I think black would love to try to blow up the center with a move like d5, but I guess white always has the move e5, so it's not that easy. So maybe a preparatory move like rook to e8 or rook to c8, preparing to open up. I guess that's what Fedoseev is thinking about in this position. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this game will proceed. In the meantime, I think Hikaru is still thinking. So that is what's happening in Group B.
Yeah, I was just having a quick look in Group C. Not too much is happening either. Vincent Keimer and Vidit are playing this endgame. Actually, Vincent has given back the pawn on f2, and I expect a peaceful day here. Now material is even. We have these opposite colored bishops, and I don't expect too much to happen here.
Yeah, I mean, Vidit is still...
Benji, I think we need to go back to Hikaru's game, because Hikaru has not moved the knight, but he has gone b4.
So b4 by Hikaru. So let's analyze what's going on. So let's throw Hikaru on the main board. So we have Hikaru's game here. We'll throw, let's just throw the other game from his group on the second board.
Which, by the way, according to the chat, is the top engine move. Which maybe Do you think maybe he could still be in prep after all? Do you think Hikaru could maybe bluff Esipenko a little bit?
I mean, I would be surprised if he's still in prep. If I would be surprised that if he would still be in prep, that he would spend 5 minutes here. So I don't think he's in his preparation, because also, like you said yesterday, he has the tendency to play a little bit too fast rather than too slow. I think he just found the best move over the board. So I guess Esipenko has to drop back the bishop all the way to e7 or maybe to b6. But I guess if he goes to b6, white goes knight e4, and he can always grab the bishop pair. I don't think he's bluffing, you guys.
Who knows? Because I mean, also, if he's not bluffing, 6 minutes is very fast to figure all of the complications here out over the board. I'm curious. I hope Hikaru will join us later today. I don't know if he will even give it away. But let's have a look at the two bishop retreats.
Yeah, so I guess the bishop has to go to e7. And then the only sensible move I see for Hikaru is the move knight to a4. The knight can always jump to c5. A move that probably makes a lot of sense is something like c6 to blunt the bishop on the long diagonal. And then I'm curious to see how Hikaru will proceed. But I kind of like the position. It looks very combative. The pawn on d4 can always be weak, potentially. Maybe something like bishop b2. And white can make moves like queen c4 to put pressure on the pawn. So I think Hikaru can be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening. So yeah, and Esipenko seems to be in the tank once again, but I do expect to move bishop e7 from him here.
Bishop e7, yeah, looks like the natural. I guess there's absolutely nothing to be said for taking on c3. No, that would just be no good at all.
Yeah, I guess if black takes on c3, we take on c5, black can take on d2. And even though white has the isolated pawns on the queen side, the two bishops will be very, very strong here. He can also build a big center later on. So I think that should, and also put pressure along the b file. So I think that should be very good for Hikaru. So I'm pretty sure Esipenko probably just has to move the bishop. But I kind of like what Hikaru's got out of the opening so far.
He's had a great start to this game.
Indeed. And Grischuk in the meantime has played the move b6, also quite interesting. So yeah, I think that game can really go either way. We have all the pieces on the board there. What do you think a Chan should do in the current position?
Maybe, I don't know, I would be very tempted to develop my final piece, the bishop from c1, but I wonder if he can already break in the center. And for me, playing on the white side against the Perts, it's always been one of the hardest things to determine when am I ready to break with e5.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like maybe white can go e5 already. We can also play a move like rook e1 just to prepare. But after rook e1, bishop e7, now black is much better equipped, I would think, to deal with e5, because he has the move knight d5 available, and the bishop is covering that square. But I mean, yeah, it does look pretty risky for Grischuk. Bakro could go for something very direct with e5 in the center, or just, you know, slowly develop with moves like bishop f1, just guarding the pawn. So very curious to see how this one will go after the move b6.
Yeah, Grischuk definitely taking a lot of risks today.
Yeah, no, indeed. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, once again, I'm quite surprised. I thought he would just play solid with black, or maybe play the knight off if he wants to win.
Yeah.
On the other hand, I do understand his decision. I mean, if he gets a win here with black, that would be pretty huge. Because then he will have 4 white games. No, wait. How many white games he will have 3 white games left in the last 4. So they'll put him in a very good spot. However, if he loses here, that Well, actually, if he loses, he still has time to come back. So,
Starting tomorrow with the white
yeah.
pieces against Hikaru.
yeah, there'll be a huge matchup. I think the winner of that game will have a very good chance to move on to the knockout stage. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this game will go. If he takes too many risks here, Bakro can also get some chance, and maybe Bakro will have a chance to move on to the knockout stage.
I mean, Bakro, I'm sure that maybe he already feels he has something. I mean, I don't know. I understand we cannot trust the bar when it says plus 0.8. Like, I think the engine in general struggles with these kind of positions, but already feels like, okay, the way Grischuk has gone on about this, let me really buckle down here and try and make the most of this. The two of them, by the way, very, very good friends, Etienne Bakro and Alexander Grischuk.
Nice. Yeah, I think if they're from the same generation,
Yeah.
the 1983 generation had a lot of grandmasters, lots of very, very strong grandmasters who had over 2,700. Bakro also used to be up there, but he's dropped quite a bit on the rating list. So yeah, I'm sure they've known each other for years. And yeah, very curious to see how Bakro will continue here. I think a lot of moves make sense in the current position. And what is actually the clock time for Esipenko? Has he dropped under an hour or?
For Esipenko, yeah, just as we speak, he's just dropped under an hour. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, for Hikaru, that's pretty good news, because Esipenko has only made 10 moves, so he still has 30 more moves to make until the time control. So he definitely has chances to end up in time pressure.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Also, he is still thinking after B4. I really think that Hikaru could barely have hoped for a better outcome out of the opening. Surprising Esipenko, getting a comfortable position at time edge. So far, so good for sure.
Indeed, yeah, and I think actually for Hikaru, it would be huge if Bakro would beat Grischuk, because I don't really see Bakro running away with a big score, but
Yeah.
Grischuk is capable of that. I mean, let's say he wins his game, he could win a couple more games. So let's say Bakro wins, then we can easily end up in a lot of situation where everyone beats everyone, and somehow like +1 would already be enough.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's just too early at the moment to say. As we discussed yesterday, I'm sure there will be some groups where +1 will be enough, at least to get in a playoff. But I think I agree with you. Tomorrow is a huge day. Hikaru
Indeed.
will be black against Grischuk. I think those two, not just according to me, but also according to rating, are the favorites. So that's going to be a very big matchup. But first, today, of course, Hikaru will try to beat Esipenko with the white pieces, and Grischuk, I have to say, I quite fancy Bakro's chances today.
Yeah, of course, we'll just have to wait and see how this one will proceed. So let's have a look at the other games. What game do you want to have a look at?
I saw there was a request in the chat to look at Hare Krishna against Wesley So from Group D. We saw that earlier on. It looked like impressive preparation from Hare Krishna, and he's pressing. He's putting some serious pressure today.
Yeah, he's still moving very, very quickly. We left off after the move 95. So Wesley traded on E2, Rook takes C2, and Knight takes C5. And after pawn takes Bishop to E7. And Hare Krishna blitzed out the move Rook to D2. And I actually don't really see how Black is defending the pawn on D5. Because if you go C6, White now all of a sudden has the move C4 to blast open a D-file. And isn't White just winning a pawn here? Or what is Black doing here?
Well, that's exactly what I was gonna ask you. I couldn't see anything for Black. And
maybe there's still a move
you
queens.
enlighten us.
Yeah, maybe there's still the move queen c7, because if you take on d5, black can take the pawn on e5, but then white gets a very strong pass d pawn, which should give white a nice advantage. Like, let's say black goes bishop f6, we now can move the rook, let's say the d3, now we're free to move out the bishop, and the pawn will march up all the way to d7, and that could just be a decisive advantage for white, so it's looking quite scary for Wesley, to be honest. I don't see how he's not losing the pawn here. Wait, is chat saying...
Yeah,
Wait.
chat is going crazy whenever there's a new move in Hikaru's game, especially if it's not the best move. It's like, Hikaru's game now!
Oh,
Blunder!
alright, so this chat
Calm
really...
down, chat.
Does
We'll
chat
go
want
back there.
Does Chad want Hikaru's game on the main board, or are they fine with it on the small board? Small.
I think nothing less than the big board. will
Hikaru
do.
main small. Okay, we'll throw Hikaru on the main board. Of course. Okay, so let's see. So in the meantime, we'll throw another game real quick on the small board. We'll throw. Give me a
The
second.
action, it has to be said, really did not like bishop b6, and Hikaru immediately answered with the best move, knight a4.
Yeah, knight a4, nice move by Hikaru. He's keeping the pressure on Esipenko. It's looking quite pleasant for white. I mean, he's hitting the bishop on b6. If he takes, he will always have the bishop pair, and this pawn on d4 will lose its support. White can then follow with a move like bishop to b2 and queen to c4, putting a lot of pressure on that pawn. Black has the sacrifice of d3, but I mean, I don't really think this should work out for black. I mean, we just take the pawn, and white has the two bishops. He is also up a pawn for the moment, but maybe black can play a move like bishop f5 and get the pawn back eventually. I guess Esipenko is aiming for something like that, because otherwise I think his position should just be slightly worse.
Yeah, I mean, this is really looking very promising all of a sudden, and I'm curious what Esipenko was thinking when he played bishop to b6. Surely, move he must have had a follow-up in mind to knight a4. So, I'm very curious to see what that follow-up is going to be.
Indeed, yeah, and I think I mean, to me d3 looks like a logical move to try to justify bishop to b6. Because otherwise, like, let's say you play a move, let's say we play a move like rook e8, right? I think then after something like d3, the pawn on d4 is sort of a fixed weakness. We can always go rook e1 to guard the pawn on e2, and white should have quite a pleasant advantage. So I would not be surprised to see him go for the move d3 here.
D3, yeah.
Temporarily sacrifice a pawn, but weaken white's pawn structure.
Yeah, so let's have another look at d3. So you were saying d3.
Yeah.
Benjamin, was that your Tinder notification in the back, or?
Yeah, I just matched with Chad. Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, so d3, pawn takes, and you were saying you're saying bishop f5 immediately, or?
Yeah, to me, yeah, d3, pawn takes, and then bishop f5, I guess, because if you take on d3, you hit the queen and the rook on f1. So yeah, I'm curious to see what Hikaru will do there. But once again, he has the two bishops. I mean, potentially if he trades on b6, so he should be better here one way or another. But Esipenko is thinking once again. He has a little more than 50 minutes. Hikaru still has 1:20 on the clock. So yeah, that's a pretty good sign for Hikaru. Esipenko taking a lot of time early on. He's only made 11 moves. So I think Esipenko is definitely gonna end up in time pressure.
I think this is looking for Hikaru. He's got a very nice position. He's got extra on the clock. So I am loving what I am seeing, and especially paired with the other game in this. Etienne also should be quite happy with what he has gotten with the white pieces. So 1 hour into the second round, and life is looking good.
Yeah, no, indeed. I think, yeah. Well, like I couldn't have said it any better. I think Hikaru could not have been happier about the outcome of the opening. He has a 40-minute time advantage. The position looks quite pleasant, and yes. What more can you ask?
Right?
Well,
one of us.
Oh wait, sorry, half an hour. Yeah, because he has 120. I was doing the math wrong. He has 120. Esipenko has around 50
Sorry,
minutes.
I didn't mean to call you out.
No. Yeah, no worries. No, my bad. He indeed has half an hour time advantage, a better position. So I mean, what more can you ask for at the top level, right?
No, you can't ask for anything more. And now with Andre thinking again after knight a4.
Indeed, and he also has the chat behind him, giving him power with the flower.
A lot of flower power.
Exactly. But yeah, once again, it's looking very, very pleasant for Hikaru. So yeah, we'll see how this one will proceed. Another idea that he actually has potentially, I wanted to point out very quickly, is let's say black plays a move like c6. Let's say we go bishop e2 after rook e8. Maybe there's also moves like queen d3, guarding the pawn on e2 and hitting the pawn on d4. And maybe black is all of a sudden just losing a pawn here. So things can quickly go wrong here for black. But with all that being said and done, we're going to throw Hikaru on the small board. And which game do you want to have a look at?
Let's see what is going on across the other groups. The early stage is not too much. Today it's a bit slower day, I feel, overall than yesterday. Let's see. Still that Vitosek game the most interesting, but we've just come from there, so we could check in with Vidit and Aronian, maybe.
Sure, yeah. So let's see. So we tuned, the last time we looked at it was after c takes d4. So Dubov took on d5, queen takes, bishop c4, queen to d8, bishop takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, and knight f6. And actually I kind of like black's position because black has the two bishops. Castles, bishop e7, queen b3. White is active though on the flip side. Castles, rook fd1, bishop c5 and rook ac1. But I think black should not have much to worry about. The only problem black has is that it's a little bit difficult to develop. Right? Let's say we play a move like queen e7 and white plays a move like, let's say, knight to f3. The problem for black is you cannot move your bishop on c8 because if you go bishop to d7, you hang your pawn on b7. And if you go rook b8 to prepare all of that, white has the move knight to c6 with a fork on the queen and the rook, and you cannot take the knight because then you hang your rook. So that is really the only drawback of the black position, but overall I kind of like it for Levon.
Yeah, I like it for Levon and also Daniil. I mean, also in this game the clock times are not exactly accurate. Daniil is down to a little, like around 51 minutes. Levon has an hour 20. So a half-hour time advantage here is also quite big, and yeah, Levon, he will be if he can go two out of, that's already a very early, like he will be a very early big favorite to make it out of this group.
Indeed, and actually we have a move by Esipenko. He's played the move rook e8, and actually we discussed this very briefly. How so white has sorry, white has the option of going queen d3, maybe defending the pawn on a2, and then following up with bishop to b2. Let's have a look at that. So let's say we go queen here. Black has bishop g4. What if we go, I guess if we go rook e1, black is just in time with someone like queen d7. And if we trade on b6, black can always take with the pawn. And if bishop b2, black has rook d8 just in time to defend. So I'm curious to see how Hikaru will respond to the move rook e8.
I had a quick look, Benjamin, with the engine. The engine is suggesting e3.
Aha, e3, very interesting. So basically black then gets rid of his weakness, so to speak, on d4, but I guess this favors white because the position opens up, and this should really favor the two bishops. I guess after the trade, black should play something like c6. Maybe we trade at b6 at the right moment, and then we put the bishop on b2, and it should be quite pleasant.
Actually, hold on. After, you know what? Let my engine take a little bit of time, but after e3, we automatically recaptured with the d-pawn, which I also felt, but apparently there's also something to be said for f takes c3, which looks strange, but interesting.
F takes c3, that's also possible, yeah. Yeah, and then we can use the open f file. Yeah, I kind of like that idea, because if we go bishop b2, we suddenly put a lot of pressure on the knight on f6 with our bishop and our rook. And the knight doesn't necessarily have a good square to go to, so there's also a lot set for f takes c3. So, but yeah, I think it will be very interesting to see what Hikaru will go for here. I mean, e3 makes a lot of sense, d3 as well, queen d3 is a move. Lots of options here. So I do expect Hikaru to take quite of a think here, because here he's really at crossroads, right? Whereas before his moves were fairly logical, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. I think he will also identify this as a crucial point game. And I'm curious, what do you think is the move he's going to go for?
Very good question. I mean, let's just have faith in Hikaru and let's predict that he's going to go for e3, the top engine move.
I like it. I like that. So e3, the move we're expecting, but probably other options as well. So we will come back to this. Do you want to check another game? Maybe also time for a small break. I don't know if you want to check out another.
Yeah, yeah. I think we're just going to be taking a short break. I almost forgot. So yeah, we are going to be taking our very first break of today. It's looking very good for Hikaru, so do not go anywhere, you guys. Make sure to keep sending him your energy, and we will be seeing you guys after this break.
See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second round of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona, we have more developments in Hikaru's game. He has captured the bishop on b6. How do you think this game is going to proceed?
Well, we saw that, of course, Andre quickly recaptured, and then Hikaru went e3. So e3, the move we were expecting, maybe a move sooner, but we see that even here, the bar still likes Hikaru's position, and it's more or less the same idea. I don't know why it would be worse. Why it would be worse to include on b6.
I guess because we can always take on b6 later on. So maybe this gives black some extra options. Like maybe black can play the move b5 or something, a move earlier. That's maybe the only explanation I can come up with, but overall it will probably lead to the same thing. I think black still has a trade on e3 regardless, and then Hikaru will have a big decision to make. Is he going to take with the d-pawn or with the f-pawn? To be honest, I kind of expect him to take with the d-pawn, and then he should have quite a pleasant advantage, I would think.
Sorry, let me just mute my tab 1 second. So I still like this for Hikaru. How do you think that Andre will react to e3?
Yeah, I think he probably will have to take on e3, and then I'm curious to see how Hikaru will proceed. I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, I wonder, the engine is suggesting this move b5, but I don't understand what makes this move so great. If white goes, let's say, bishop b2.
Maybe Benjamin, maybe we should put the Hikaru game on the big board. I see we switched. Actually, both of us.
Oh, chat is going wild again.
Well, I think both our cameras have dropped in quality a lot.
Oh, really? That is unfortunate to hear. Okay.
I look like his username is Giant Pixel. That's what I look right like now. I look like a giant pixel.
Okay, that is unfortunate. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not just actually both of us. So we have to. We tried during the break. It's better.
Yeah. Anyway, since Esipenko is thinking here, I think we're gonna be taking a very short break, but this one will just be like 1 or 2 minutes, but we will be right back. Okay? Alright, and welcome back everyone to round 2 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. So we have more moves. Actually, Esipenko played the move d3, but don't you think that pawn on d3 is simply gonna become a huge weakness?
Yeah, I mean, d3, I'm very surprised to see that move appear on the board, because long term, as you're saying, that pawn cannot really be supported by the black c pawn. It's hard to see black's pawn, hard to imagine that pawn will land on c4 someday. So if we just move the queen, I don't know where I want to move the queen to. I guess there's a few options: queen c4, queen b3, queen c3. It's not easy to make up your mind, but I think, as you were saying, it's the long term. The long term, how are you gonna hold on to that pawn on d3?
Indeed, yeah. To me, a move like queen c3 looks quite natural, and I guess if white gets one more move like bishop b2, white's position should be very good. I wonder if maybe Esipenko wants to meet queen c3 with a move like knight e4, and that's sort of the only issue Hikaru has in the position. Like, where does he go with the queen, right? Let's say he goes to c4, there's always bishop e6, and the same goes for queen b3. So there's no comfortable square exactly for the queen, but I kind of like this position. Also, he plays a lot of moderns with black, and then these kind of positions are quite common, you know, where you have a little bit less space, but the opponent has overextended. So I think Hikaru must be very happy with what he's got on the board.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm curious which of the squares, like even in this position we have on the board now after queen c4, bishop e6, maybe we can figure out from there, after that, where do we go with the queen?
Yeah. So I'm sure that's what Hikaru is thinking about right now. We also have more moves in the game between Bakro and Grischuk, but I kind of like Bakro's position because he's got the active knight on e5 and the bishop on f3. And actually it's really difficult for black to develop here if we play a move like, let's say we go bishop f4, right? Because if black goes knight to d7, we always have to move knight c6, which is just super annoying for black. So if you cannot play knight d7, then how is black ever gonna develop his queen side, right?
I mean, I really hate Grischuk's position. You're so crammed. White's beautiful on f3 and f4, and I'm just surprised to also time situation once again. Etienne has been spending some time as well, but for our viewers who cannot see the move number in the Bakro Grischuk game, we are only on move 11, which is crazy.
Yeah. So how much time does he have? 44 minutes?
Yeah, 44 minutes, an hour. I think the clock time's actually correct now.
Okay, that's good. So then Hikaru has 107, it seems, against Esipenko's.
Yeah, there's a 5-minute delay in Hikaru's clock. Hikaru has 102. Hikaru has 44 minutes.
Okay. So, interesting. But yeah, I think once again, he can be quite happy about the outcome of the opening. I think now he once again has to make a decision, like where is he gonna go with the queen? But I'm sure he must be very satisfied. I mean, with the bishop coming to b2, the other bishop on the long diagonal on g2, the pawn on d3 that's very weak. This must be very, very good for him. So
yeah, and I think right now, okay, of course it's still kind of early doors, but we are an hour and a half in. I think this is looking very promising, and let's not jinx it, but for two white wins, for Hikaru to win and for Bakru to win, which on paper is the best possible result for Hikaru.
I think so too, yeah. I mean, I'm sure if Hikaru wins today and Grischuk loses, Grischuk will definitely go all out tomorrow in his white game against Hikaru to try to win. But I think indeed it's sort of the best thing you can hope for if you're Hikaru here. So, and that is also, like, people were saying, why does Hikaru not try to beat Bakru with the black pieces yesterday? Well, this is why. He's not a bad player at all, and Grischuk just seems to be in a much worse position. So this is what happens if you take a lot of risks against a strong 2650 Grandmaster with black.
No, and I mean, when Hikaru came on yesterday, he clearly said, I think that, you know, this was a normal result, and he was quite happy with it. And especially if you can strike with white today, while he's still thinking where to, it's also a big decision here. Where do you put the queen? Sometimes it feels like when you first look at the position, you're like, okay, the queen is attacked, let's just move it some. But it seems to be a big decision.
Indeed, yeah. So yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see where he's gonna move the queen. So how about we put Hikaru on the small board, and is there another game you would want to have a look on? Like, which game is catching your attention?
Let me quickly jump around. Today, everything really, in Group A, we like both white positions, but everything else still seems... Oh, Group B. Okay, let's go back to Group B, in fact. We could start with Vitosek against Oparin. The queens have come off, so we're into the ending. Pawns are equal. Now white's pawns are also a bit weird on the king side, but white has the bishop pair, and I guess the d5 pawn could still be a weakness in the long term.
Indeed, yeah. I think this should be very good for Vitosek. He is up a... Wait, is he up a pawn or... No, wait, pawns are... Okay, now he is. He is up a pawn, yeah. And I guess if black goes rook e2, he can just comfortably meet that with bishop d4, defending the pawn on b2. So this is looking very problematic for Grigori Oparin, and we know that Oparin, he lost yesterday with the black pieces, so it feels like he's definitely struggling here in his first Grand Prix. I'm curious.
Also, there is another point. I mean, imagine if Vitosek wins another game. He would be an early candidate to, of course, starting with 2 out of 2. But then he's only going to be playing one Grand Prix. So I think Hikaru talked about that a bit yesterday as well. Like, it's just the whole system feels broken from that perspective. Imagine you're like Vitosek winning this Grand Prix, and then he doesn't get the chance to play another one. That would just be so upsetting if you're Vitosek, no?
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, it's really weird, like, but that is sort of what they decided on, right? Like, Vitosek just plays one Grand Prix. He's just a replacement for this one, or and then Ding,
yeah.
And then Ding and Draken might come in later, but they will practically have no chances. Right?
Yeah, so the whole system is just the whole system is weird, but
yeah.
Well, let's not dwell on it. We'll see what happens. Of course, we still don't. Will Ding be able to make it at all?
Indeed.
Time will tell. By the end of, when does the series finish? In the end of March, I think. Yeah.
End of I think. Wait, good question. I think sometime in April, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Like, there's
because
one.
the candidates are coming up very soon, already in June.
Yeah, the candidates are in June, so there's one leg now in, let's say, I think it's from the 4th of February, so yesterday, till like the 17th. Then I think the second leg is from February 28th till sometime in March, like March 15th approximately. And then the last one, I think, is like from the end of March till, let's say, mid-April. I think that's when the last like is. So there's still chances for Andrakin and Ding to come back. But I mean, given if you can only play one leg of the Grand Prix, you really have no chances, even if you win, I would think.
By the way,
Wait,
I
what's
have
so funny?
never. I have to address. I'm laughing away at this comment from Dr. Tiltenstein. Don't read this, Fiona. No offense. And then, does anyone else find Fiona's voice a little bit kind of very annoying? Lol, sorry. I've never been insulted in such a polite way. Like, so Fiona, I'm about to say something mean, so please don't read my comment.
Yeah, guys, be nice to the commentators. We're doing our best out here, and we don't want you to be banned. So please be nice to.
Also, what can I do? It's my voice, right? Hard to change your voice, especially when you're old. Okay, back to the chess. This one looking very good for Wojtaszek, and maybe we can check in with the other group rapport against Fedoseev.
Let's see, rapport versus Fedoseev. And yeah, once again, guys, please be positive in the chat. If you don't have anything positive to say, then don't say anything at all.
I thought it was very funny. I thought it was very funny. I've never of course we all get comments like this sometimes, and I understand something, voice or an accent. Someone's always going to there is no person in the world that has a voice or an accent where the whole world population is like, oh, this is great. I think everything, it's subjective, but it's just so funny to say it in a way like, Fiona, please don't read this, very polite. So if you're going to insult us, do it like Dr. Tilgenstein in a polite way.
Yeah. Or just don't do it at all.
Or that.
Anyway, that is what's... And actually, yeah, Queen C3 and Knight E4 is on the board in Hikaru's game, so I'm curious to see what he is planning to do here. Do you think he just wants to take the knight with the bishop, or move the... Queen C4 actually makes a lot of sense to me, but then black develops with bishop F5, so maybe he is planning to take the knight on E4.
Yeah,
and
I'm curious. I always feel when I fianchetto the bishop to G2 that I'm a little bit scared to give up that bishop and leave the light squares around the king without that bishop.
Right. Yeah, I think everyone is always a bit worried to give up the light square bishop there around the king. So after rook takes c4, I mean, he could follow up with bishop e2, threatening checkmate, but black goes f6, let's say, and after something like f3, black drops the rook back, and I don't know why there's some initiative. The pawn on d3 is still weak, but cannot be too bad for black, one would think.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strange one. Still, that pawn on d3 is a weakness. It's also not clear how do we get to that immediately. I think it's more a long-term thing. This position that we have on the board there after the rook drops back, I guess you still like it for white, but just it's not so easy how to continue.
Indeed, yeah, I was thinking maybe white can go something like e4 and then rook to e1 and rook to e3, but black should always be in time to defend the pawn on d3. I would think with someone like bishop e6, maybe b5 and bishop c4 to defend the pawn, or something like queen d7 and just rook a8. And black should be fine, I would think. So I'm very curious to see, because Hikaru he played queen to c4. So let's say black goes, for example, bishop f5 now. What do you think Hikaru is planning to do?
Okay, so let's see, bishop f5. I mean, there doesn't... But wait, what happens? So at first I thought I can't go bishop b2 any longer because I'm hanging d2. Right?
Yeah, I guess his idea is that he can indeed actually go bishop b2, because if black takes the pawn on d2, there's queen c3, and we win the game right away because we hit the knight and threaten checkmate on g7. But maybe black just continues with a move like queen d7, connecting his pieces, and Hikaru could maybe play f3 there to hit a knight. I don't know, there's still chances here for an advantage. Very difficult to figure out what's going on. White definitely has, you know, a lot of long-term trumps with the two bishops, the pawn on d3 being potentially weak, but black has some activity now all of a sudden after a move like bishop f5.
Yeah, I agree. And I have to say, but so hard. We look at a position. I really, really liked it for Hikaru. I still like it, but it shows you just how precise you have to be. And I think Esipenko has done a great job of holding on. You know, clearly he was the one that was surprised in the opening, but I think he's managed to find his footing, and I like his position better now than I did a short while ago, let's say.
Indeed, yeah, I think he's done a good job. At least he's getting some activity, right? And he's posing Hikaru some problems that he will have to solve. But I do think in the current position, I mean, there's only two moves that come to mind here. Okay, he's played bishop f5, the most logical move, just defending the knight. Bishop b2 now, I guess, from Hikaru, because he has that trick that if black takes a pawn on d2, there's queen c3 and we win the game. So I guess then he wants queen d7, and then I'm curious to see how Hikaru should proceed in that position, but it should be better for him somehow.
And I'm seeing people in the chat are saying, and I think that's what I meant when I said that it shows you the precision required. After the move d3, that queen c3, the problem is it allows knight e4, and I'm sure Hikaru, his idea was to provoke knight e4 if he then went queen c4, but turns out that maybe it's better to not provoke that move.
Indeed, so let's see.
To play queen c4 immediately, I mean after d3.
Right, but then there was the move bishop e6, so it was never that easy.
Yeah, that's true. And also, well...
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was thinking maybe what he had to do was, let's say, go... I mean, to me, it still looks completely fine what he's doing, but maybe what he had to do was go queen c4, and then after bishop e6, go queen c3, because now there's no knight e4.
That's true.
Maybe that would have been the way to go.
Maybe the point, yeah.
Right, yeah. But let's see, so queen c4,
clever.
bishop f5 is on the board, bishop e2 by Hikaru. Okay, I think queen d7 is really the move now for Andrei Esipenko. And yeah, then I think it's very interesting to see how Hikaru will proceed. He has some options, but nothing really looks easy. He still has a time advantage. In the meantime, Bakro played the move bishop to g5. So that should be pretty good for him.
Yeah, bishop g5, Grischuk down to 35. I think something's gonna give in that group A today. Esipenko still with you. I expect queen d7, and I'm very curious to see how Hikaru is going to proceed after queen d7.
Indeed, yeah, I think that's really sort of the critical position. Yeah, Esipenko is thinking here, so he has around 40 minutes, right? The clock we see here is correct, right?
Yeah.
And actually he's played queen d7, so now it will be very interesting to see how Hikaru will proceed. He once again could take an e4, but I'm not that thrilled by that move, giving up all the light squares around his king. And I think a very important move, if Hikaru goes f3, black has the move b5, hitting the queen. The queen will have to defend the pawn on d2 with a move like queen to c1, but then black is just in time to go knight d6 and put the knight on c4. So not easy at all how Hikaru should handle this position, I would think.
Yeah, it's tough one. I also see that Clyde e2 time is taking is apparently the best move. Do you think
Indeed.
that it's harder to take now when you already had the option a few moves ago to take and you didn't do it? Do you think there's part of your brain that just doesn't consider taking now? Or do you think you will consider it again?
I mean, he might consider, but I think you raise a very good point that he could have taken on e4 a couple moves ago. So to do it now is a little bit odd. And once again, we looked at this position, but we weren't too thrilled by it, right? I mean, let's say black takes queen let's say takes with the rook, queen c3, and f6. I mean, it looks like black should be doing completely fine here, I would think. Where's really white's advantage? So I think Hikaru will look for something else, but I don't really see what it is. Very difficult position.
I mean, I just saw in the chat Hyper-V suggest g4. That's definitely an interesting. Let's have a look at that.
Yeah, so g4 makes a lot of sense because if black takes the pawn on g4, we have bishop takes c4, the bishop is no longer defending the knight and we win the game. Black also cannot play a move like knight takes d2 because once again we have queen c3, we threaten checkmate and then we can take the bishop or the knight on the next move. So I guess after g4 black just has to move the bishop back to g6. And then, I mean, g4 also kind of weakened the white king, so g4 is a very committal move. I don't really like it, to be honest.
I was just gonna ask you what you make of it because I see also Vingado is saying don't play g4. Please. A move like g4 is extra hard to make in a format like this Grand Prix, where every loss could cost you everything, basically. Just the tournament format, I think if it was an open tournament or something like that, a move like g4 is easier to make. Here it's so committal that I think you never want to take all the risks, especially at the early stages of this Grand Prix.
Indeed. He could also maybe play a move like b5 so black cannot play b5. That move has also been suggested in the chat. Also looks very interesting. The one drawback, however, is that black would then get the c5 square for his knight to defend the pawn on d3. Or could play a move like c6 to try to attack the pawns right away. So, I don't know. Hikaru, I feel like should be better somehow, but I don't really know how, is my feeling.
I wonder if also Hikaru, see, he's now starting to take some time. Sometimes, and I'm not saying it's the case here, but sometimes there can be some frustration because you feel that your position was very good and suddenly it feels like it's starting to slip just a little bit. Like, it's not so clear what am I going to next, how do I improve from here? And suddenly black's pieces have also come to life.
Indeed, 100%. Yeah. I think you raised a very good point. Like, Hikaru must feel that he's better somehow, but he doesn't quite see how. And that's very... Then you can easily get frustrated and be like, where's the advantage? Where's the advantage? Like, I should have been better out of the opening, right? Yeah. So let's hope that will not frustrate him. And he will just, stay on track, find the right moves, and just stay in the rhythm. But yeah, it's not easy as to how he should proceed in the current position. It will be very interesting to see how he will continue here.
I see that back the infamous he wants to take on e4 and after rook takes play queen c3 and meet f6 with f3 and he's saying Hikaru would be slightly better there.
So let's have a look at that. So bishop takes c4, let's say rook takes, queen c3, f6, f3. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense because after a move like rook e6, white could always choose to play a move like e4 and disconnect the bishop from the pawn on d3. But black has some ideas like rook c6 to hit the queen right away. I don't know, very difficult to evaluate with the opposite color bishops. So yeah, I'm very curious to see how Hikaru will continue here.
Oh my God, Benjamin, every day, well, not only started yesterday, but I was like, I don't get the microwave thing, I missed it. And I never realized that it's standing right there. Like, I always thought the comment was like some insider joke.
But I mean, why are people
And
so
only
obsessed?
now do I see it, and it's like one of these things. Once you see it, you suddenly cannot unsee.
But what is? Why do people keep talking? I mean, it's just a microwave. It's just a microwave. What? Like, why do people always keep talking about it? I mean, you have a fridge behind you. Like, big deal.
No, that's not true.
Wait, isn't that a fridge?
No, it's just a frame.
Oh.
Look. Right?
Yeah.
Now there will be nothing in my background. There we go. La la la.
Yeah. Oh no.
There goes my fridge. It's gone.
Yeah, there goes the fridge. Yeah. I mean, if you guys keep talking about the microwave, I will move it away. Just to warn you guys. Stop talking about the micro. Stop objectifying the microwave.
And the chessboard on the microwave is a nice touch
Indeed.
as well. I like that.
Yeah. I think that people appreciate it as well.
Okay,
All right.
back to
Chat is going wild. Chat is going wild.
That's all it took. Like all these lines, it's like nobody cares. Let's talk about the microwave. Yes, let's go.
Yeah. Anyway, Hikaru is thinking here after the move queen d7. I'm very curious to see which move he will come up with. But I like bishop takes c4 is a move, but I personally like the move b5 because b5 is sort of a threat from black.
Mm-hmm.
But we would like to play f3, but once again black plays the move b5, hitting the queen. And if the queen moves, black gets knight d6 and the anchor square on c4. So I think that's why the move b5 makes a lot of sense from white.
Yeah, and b5 definitely, I think, one of the options that Hikaru is considering. Shall we come back here? I think Hikaru might take a little bit
Yeah.
of time.
Yeah.
Maybe
But
we have time to put him on the small board and jump around the other groups for a minute.
Yeah, by the way, to me it looks like Grischuk is in a lot of trouble. He's down to 27 minutes. I mean, 27 minutes after only 11 moves from him. But Crow has 1 hour and 4 minutes. And the position looks quite terrible for Grischuk. So, I mean, isn't he just in a lot of trouble here?
I mean, I look at and I just feel like, next. I don't even want to look at this. If I was black here. No, I mean, it's just his position is so ugly. What do you even... I'm struggling to even come up with a move for Grischuk.
Yeah, good point. I don't really see a clear move either. Once again, we would like to develop this knight on b8, but if we go knight bd7, there's always knight c6, which is very annoying. So I don't really see what Grischuk should do here. But yeah, I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Let's throw Hikaru on the small board, so we always have an eye out on his game. In which game do you want to throw on the main board? What game is catching your attention?
We could... Okay, let me find something that's not super dry. Did we check in with rapport recently in Group B? Rapport and Vitosek.
Aha, yeah, the game is looking very interesting. So Vitosek has actually sacrificed a pawn. I think we left off around knight f2. Vitosek played the move rook e8. Pawn takes c5, knight takes. Rapport traded on f6, and after the queens were traded, he played the move b4. And actually b4 is quite a nasty move to face, because where do you go with the knight? Black would like to play a move like knight to d7, but after the move long castles from white, the pawn on d6 is all of a sudden very difficult to protect. So Vitosek played the move knight b3, hitting the rook, but then Richard played the move rook d1, and he's hitting the pawn on d6, but also this knight on b3 can suddenly get trapped. which is why Fedosey went for a pawn sacrifice. He played the move a5, Richard took on b6, and after takes rook a1 check. But I mean, do you think this pawn sacrifice actually works for black? I mean, the knight on b3 is also kind of stuck there. I mean, do you think this is gonna work or no?
I'm very concerned about the knight on b3. The first question is, what do we do here? We only have 3 legal moves: knight d1, rook d1, and so that's always some good news. At least we don't have more than 3 candidate moves. My feeling is I don't really want to play rook d1. I feel like that rook is well placed, just from an elimination process. Also, king e2, I don't really want to block in my own bishop, so knight d1, I guess, is the move that makes most sense.
Yeah, I really like how you went through the moves there. I think knight d1 is the best move as well, because then we can move out the bishop on the next move and maybe go short castles or king f2. And if we then move our rook, let's say to e1, then we're free to move the other knight. Of course, these are all a lot of moves, but what is black gonna do in the meantime? The pawn on b6 is still hanging in the black position. And I mean, the knight on b3 is not really going anywhere. So I really like the move knight d1, and I think Fedosey is just in some trouble. So let's say rapport would win this game, that would really shake up the standings in that group.
Especially if Vitosek, we should check back in with Vitosek, because if Vitosek wins again and rapport beats Fedosey, Vitosek will take a 1-point lead after 2 rounds, which is insane.
Yeah, already a 1-point lead. I mean, there will still be 4 more rounds to be played, but definitely a great start for him. And then I would think, I guess Vitosek then plays Fedosey in the next round. I mean, Fedosey will practically already have to win that game with the white pieces in order to have a chance to get Vitosek. But I mean, to me, it looks like maybe white is already technically winning, because what is black doing? If black doesn't do anything quickly, he could maybe just push the pawns on the queen side very quickly. Just a4, b4, a5, b5, and a6.
I mean, Benjamin, you had called it from the start when I asked you, what does black have going for him in this position? And you're like, I don't know. And Oparin wasn't able to show anything either.
Indeed, yeah. It's looking very problematic here for black. Once again, white is the 2 bishops, white is up a pawn. He also has a potential passer on the queen side. And I don't think, like, black can play moves like knight at f4, but I don't really see what they really do if white just takes a pawn on f6. But I mean, still some tricks to figure out for Vitosek. But I mean, it looks really good for him.
Looks very promising, and also on the clock, they on move 26, but Vitosek still has 50 minutes, so life is good for Radek. Shall we move on quickly? Hikaru is still thinking after queen d7. Quick look at pool C, where the game between Vince and Vidit is now down to a pure bishop ending. Keimer, no, yeah, he is a pawn up. Sorry.
Oh, Keimer is a pawn up against Vidi.
But in a pure opposite color bishop ending, so it should just be quite an easy draw, I guess.
Right, yeah, this should be a draw. I guess there's no way, although, So let's say white plays a move like king c3, right? Moving the king up the board. I guess we play something like king to e5. Let's say king c4. I guess we always go f4, and this should just be a draw. You just always block the white king. You put your pawns on the dark squares. The only thing I was wondering about is if, let's say, yeah, I guess this one should just be a draw. I mean, white is up a pawn, but opposite color bishops. I guess there's no way for white to win this position.
Yeah, I think Vincent will try, but I would be shocked if there was anything. So maybe we can take a quick look at the other game in that group. Daniil Dubov against Levon Aronian. We liked Levon's position early on, but it looks like Daniil has stabilized, and although Levon has a huge time advantage, I don't think Daniil is in any kind of trouble here at all.
Yeah, I guess this one is just headed for a draw. White has the slightly more active position, but I don't really see how he can ever take advantage of that. The position is completely symmetrical. Both sides have a queen and a knight, a symmetrical pawn structure. And black always has the move queen b4 to go for some quick counterplay, hitting the pawn on b2, but also the move queen e1 is lurking in that case with a check and hitting the pawn on f2. So this one should just be a draw, I would think. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I think it might even be a draw quite soon. What is it, on move 30, right? That draws can be offered?
Yes, move 30, and they've just made move 29, so Levon could actually just offer a draw on the next move, and we'll see whether Dubov will take it or whether he will keep playing.
Well, we also don't know if Levon is going to offer, of course, but yeah, I expect this one to end peacefully quite soon.
Yeah.
And finally, that leaves us. Hikaru is still thinking. This is by far the biggest thing of the game, by the way. He's been thinking for 17 minutes now, and I sort of agree with people in the chat who are saying maybe the more he thinks, the more likely maybe a move like g4 is to appear, but we'll see. We have time to very quickly check in with the final group D. And let's start with Hare Krishna against Wesley. So we loved Harry's position, and he still has that pressure against the black pawn on d5.
Yeah, I think Hare Krishna is playing a great game. Indeed, after c6, c4 appeared on the board, queen a5, he took, and after pawn takes d5, he did not take the pawn on d5, I guess, because black gets very quick counterplay after rook 88. And even though white is up a pawn, black controls the only open file on the board, and black should have ways to get the pawn on e5 back somehow. So instead of all that, Hare Krishna played the move rook d3, and after rook fd8, bishop e3, rook ac8, queen b3. But I really like how he's playing this position. The pawn on d5 is permanently weak. He's also hitting the pawn on b7 now, so I don't really see how Wesley So is going to try to hang on here. I think he will just lose a pawn here on the short term.
I agree with you. The question is that extra pawn going to certainly Hare Krishna with a huge advantage, big advantage on the clock as well. And once he picks up the pawn, what are his chances, do you think, to convert from there?
Hare Krishna's chance to convert? Yeah, good question. I would think maybe he has like a 70% chance or something to win this game. Although, yeah, it's always very difficult to put it in percentages.
For
right?
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I didn't show you these questions,
yeah.
but Hare Krishna, I think, a big favorite, and any win against Wesley. So, well, we talked any win at this tournament is huge, but especially against Wesley, so who's so hard to beat. So impressive stuff. And finally, the last game we haven't seen is Alexei Shirov against Lenier Dominguez.
Yeah, so let's have a look at that game. That game is really heating up. Lots of tension. Well, I mean, it looks like all the tension in the center. Let's have a very quick look at what happened. So after the move e5, g3 was played, rook e8, king to b1, just stepping out of this diagonal preemptively, knight to d4 by Lenier, bishop g2, bishop g4, rook f1, and d5, putting even more tension in the center, h3, and now Lenier is thinking his bishop is under attack. I guess he moves back to e6. And to me, that looks like the logical move. And then I don't know how Shirov should proceed. I mean, if he takes on d5, black always takes with a knight, I would think. So yeah, very, very interesting game here. I honestly have no idea what's happening. I mean, with all this tension in the center.
One thing that I'm curious is, can we ignore the whole center tension and just go for... Wait, but g4? I'm dropping f4. Okay, maybe I just give up the...
G4 is an interesting move, yeah. So you're saying if black takes on f4, we take,
yeah,
and then the knight...
I was wondering, can I just take, yeah. And the knight is hanging on d4 at this idea.
Exactly, yeah.
Not to exchange, but that's even better.
So I guess after g4, black should play a move like knight takes e4. So white doesn't have this fork with the move g5, and that should work out for black, I would think. So yeah, knight takes e4 looks fine for black.
Yeah,
White
if
could.
I take.
Let's say we take. I guess black takes, and if we take, maybe black can take in that position, or just keep developing, right? Because this pawn on f4 is still pinned. By the way, also
Okay,
thanks
at least this isn't. This
Go ahead.
isn't. H3-4 isn't losing,
Yeah,
which is already something.
Indeed.
But yeah, maybe capturing on d5 makes more sense.
yeah. I think really all sorts of moves are possible here. Lots of tension in the center. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see how this game will proceed. In the meantime, Hikaru is still thinking, and I think he's caught up with Andre on the clock. They both have around. Actually, Hikaru has a little less time now than
Yeah.
Esipenko. He has 35 minutes against Andre's 39 or 38.
And Hikaru has been thinking for over 20 minutes here. I mean, we did say at the time that this is a critical position, but yeah, clear. I think even more critical than I thought, because we saw this option to play g4. We looked at bishop takes e4, b5. You were saying you liked. Is it true that chess.com is down?
Wait, just no, wait.
We're being trolled. There's a lot of, if that's all.
I think
if
they're
we're being
trolling,
baited.
right? Although I haven't. Wait, I mean, no, there's still moves coming through on the other boards, right? Yeah, there's still there's still moves coming through.
Yeah, don't trip whatever you do, because I don't think that this is such a big. I mean, I don't think that everyone would be in on the troll. I think. I will do the refreshing. You don't touch anything.
I guess Hikaru is just
no.
going for a think here. I don't think the servers have crashed. So we'll
That's
just have to
strange.
wait and see.
Live chess is down, so events is up, but live chess is down. Thank
Okay,
you.
yeah.
Good shade.
Yeah. But yeah, we're just waiting for Hikaru to move here. It will be very. I do think this is a critical moment. It will be very interesting to see what move he will come up with here. But let's see. So we've looked at a lot of games in the other groups. Let's have a look at which game. Although
We could have another look at Grischuk, who has just made a move. So he's played knight f7 after another 20-minute thing.
knight fd7. Let's see. So yeah, with the move knight fd7, he is challenging the knight on e5, and he's making sure that white cannot go knight to c6. I don't think the clock time here is correct with saying that Grischuk has 43 minutes. How much time does he actually have?
He
Like,
has
I guess
20, just under 25.
Oh, just under 25. Okay.
And Etienne has 42. But once again, only on move 12, so 20 to go, which is a lot of moves.
Indeed, yeah. I'm curious to see how Bakro will deal with the knight on e5 that's just been attacked. Maybe a move like knight g4 to go for some sort of attack on the king side, but the question is whether that can ever really work. But I do think this is probably a good move by Grischuk. Because then white will have to address the attack on the knight somehow, and if the knight moves, then black can develop his other knight to c6. So we'll see how Bakro will deal with this. But we are going to be taking a very short break, you guys. But do not go anywhere. Hikaru is thinking. He's in a critical position. We will see what move he will come up with. Welcome back, everyone, to round 2 of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Fiona, Hikaru has captured the bishop on e4. What do you make of this decision?
Well, I was reading the chat during the break. All in all, they were happy. I saw they said this was the top engine line, which of course can never be a bad sign. And of course is that it took Hikaru half an hour, so his time advance has gone. He is now the slight underdog, and we might just go down. We might just go down the line that was suggested by someone in the chat earlier on, which was rook takes, queen c3, f6, and f3. Maybe we'll get to that.
Right. So f3. I guess black has to go to e6, and then I'm curious to see what Hikaru has in mind. You think he's going to go for the move e4 to block out the bishop from the pawn on d3? I think his position always has a lot of potential, because the pawn on d3 is always a long-term weakness. So some endgames could be quite favorable for him, but whether he can win this still remains to be seen. What do you think he will do in this position?
This I really don't know. Are we going to see another committal move in, not another, I mean, he simply didn't go g4, but I mean, will we see a pawn push in the center? Meanwhile, I just wanted to, Deezy was saying, but it says 57 minutes carry. That's true. Unfortunately, I don't know why the clock times are just not reliable. For Esipenko, they are very correct, but for Hikaru, unfortunately, he has half an hour less than what it says there. He has 27 minutes.
Yeah, 57 minutes is definitely not correct. Chess.com/24 is saying that indeed Esipenko has around 34 minutes and Hikaru has 27 minutes. But yeah, Esipenko is thinking in the current position. I mean, is bishop takes c4? That's, I guess, also an option. I guess white also goes f3 there, just protecting the light squares around his king a little bit.
Yeah, I think this makes sense. And asking me, I'm curious what the plan more in the long term is. Oh, and by the way, Emre has not captured with the rook. He took with the bishop.
Yeah, I guess that should be good news for Hikaru. I think he still has to go f3. And what I kind of like now is, let's say this bishop drops back to g6. Right, Hikaru could then eventually also switch over the queen to the king side with a move like queen f4, and then maybe start pushing on that side of the board. Well, let's say g4, h4, then he could also go, let's say, king f2 and rook g1, and put a lot of pressure on the king side that way. So I'm starting to like his position here.
I would like that, actually. I would love to see some kind of king side pawn storm, and I think, yeah, if the bishop drops back to g6, it is an invitation for Hikaru to do that. I wonder, can Andre drop the bishop back along the other diagonal to d5 or c6?
That is a good question. I guess after f3, bishop d5, we probably take the pawn on d4, but bishop c6 is definitely a move, and maybe putting the bishop on b5, but I kind of like the position. And connected to, attacking the pawn on g7 somehow. So let's say, I kind of wonder how he should go about doing this, but maybe move like g4, and then he can later on go queen f4, king f2, and sort of the same plan. So I think he definitely has a lot of potential here long term, but we'll just have to wait and see how he will handle the position. And it's indeed too early for a celebration, but we're just explaining the ideas here, you guys.
For sure, and I'm seeing that so Levon's game is indeed over in Pool C. Actually, at this stage, both games in Pool C are over. Keimer against Vidit and Dubov against Aronian have both ended in draws.
Wait, we actually just had an interview with Levon. We can try to pull it up real quick. Let's try to do so. Also, we just missed it, but maybe we can go back.
That I've mastered doing.
I think.
F3 played by Hikaru, which is fantastic news.
So F3 by Hikaru. So let's see.
So let's cut to the interview.
Let's see what Levon had to. By the way, you're watching the interview, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's watch.
That's why he has to stay in Yerevan.
Our viewers are also asking, did you go to massage before the game?
No, not really.
Do you sometimes go before some important games?
No, I rarely go to massage. I do have certain tic, but it's been there for such a long time that I don't even remember when it started.
Fair enough. And now the serious question. How do you evaluate the chances of US team in the next Olympiads, that you guys are getting stronger and stronger every year?
Well, I'm quite excited. I think it's a great privilege to play in such a strong team, and I think it will be interesting to see if the team can perform well, because sometimes you have, like also happened a lot with Russia, that so many great players and they didn't manage to win the Olympiad. So I think there are certain challenges, but nevertheless it's very exciting to be part of the dream team.
Thank you so much and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
All right, that was the interview with Levon. I don't think they had any interviews after that, but yeah, maybe we'll ask Hikaru similar questions after his game. Oh wait, actually, yeah, go ahead.
Huh? No, sorry,
So-
you go ahead.
Oh, actually, we have another interview, so let's try to pull that one up real quick.
For a win at some point, anything new? Because
Wait,
it
I'll go
seems
back.
to save the
After that, we'll discuss the games.
Vidit, after losing yesterday, I'm sure today you wanted to choose a safe approach, a safe defense. Was the draw your objective in the game today?
Well, with black, I thought I'll just play, and it's up to white if he wants to play more ambitious. And this line is kind of well known, which leads to endgame, which black is slightly worse, but more often than not it ends in a draw. So with black I had limited choice, so I went for this.
And Vincent, so this ending, did you have any new ideas or anything you thought you could push for a win at some point? Anything new? Because it seemed to me that, at least following the computer analysis, that the game was balanced most of the game.
Yeah, sure. I mean, this opening from the black side is really, really solid. I mean, it's very hard to find a good idea. Yeah, I mean, I think also on top level there have been many, many draws in this line already. I mean, this is like the line, if you want to be really solid, it's very hard to find an idea for white, and I thought, okay, I will just be also safe, try maybe something, but of course he defended well, and then I didn't really get the chance.
You took about 20 minutes to find rook b8, but it seemed that was a very precise move, sacrificing the e6 pawn, but going into more or less forced bishop ending. Did you already calculate more or less the final position of the bishop ending?
Yeah, I had actually a similar ending against rapport in Vaikense with opposite color bishop, so I had some warm up there. And yeah, in this opposite color bishop endgame, it's more important to be active rather than try to hang on to the pawns. And by giving this pawn, I saw that by force I exchange a rook. And the other option is to stay passive and I keep the pawn, which is kind of useless because he'll start pushing. So I thought this was very, very precise. And if I missed this chance, then maybe I would be even slightly worse.
And finally, Vincent, two white games, two draws. Now you've got two blacks against very tough opposition. How are you rating your chances? Are you happy with your performance up to now?
Yeah, I think it's all right. Of course, I saw yesterday I missed a few chances probably to get more than the half point, but yeah, I mean, so far two draws against two players with 2-7+ is certainly a good result, and okay, now we'll have to defend with black, I guess.
Okay. Thanks both of you.
Thanks.
Yep. All right. I think there's no more interviews, so we will just go back to the chess. Yeah, I think nothing really. Actually, we do have Hikaru on cam, but I guess we'll just stay with the chess. Esipenko played the move rook to e7, looking quite logical. So let's see, what should Hikaru do here to improve the position? I kind of still like this idea of potentially pushing on the king side, but I guess it's not that easy to carry out in a precise way.
How do you start? If you want to push the pawns on the king side, if you were in Hikaru's shoes, how do you go on about determining which pawn do you start, which preparation moves do you make?
Well, actually, I just noticed, like, a move like g4 makes sense in some positions, but not right away, because if you go g4, black actually has the move rook to e4. and sort of putting the rook in between the queen and the pawn. And if we take that rook, black has queen takes g4, and white is getting checkmate, because if we move the king over, this bishop takes e4. So g4 right away is not the right move. So maybe what we should do is play a move like queen f4 first, and then after that we can start pushing on that side of the board. I think that that definitely makes a lot of sense. But yeah, it looks pleasant for Hikaru, but there's no clear way to make progress. So it will be very interesting to see how he will proceed from here.
Also, this is really going to heat up now. Hikaru is down to, the clock times are almost correct at this stage. So just over 20 minutes for Hikaru, just over half an hour for Esipenko, and still. So very soon the moves are gonna start coming in nice and fast.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll just see what's gonna happen there. In the meantime, let's have a look at the other game in the group. But Kroos played the move bishop f4. Should still be pretty pleasant for him, and the clock times have to be off there, right? What are the correct clock times?
Correct clock times, 23 minutes for Etienne back row, and 20. Well, actually, they're now. Etienne has caught up on time. Etienne spent
really?
32 minutes on bishop f4.
Huh.
That's incredible.
Yeah, because he really sort of gives away his time advantage, and at only move 13, I think we'll just see a major time scramble there. Really, anything can happen, I guess, but it should still be a bit better for white, I would think.
It's still not easy for black. I mean, how do you get out those queenside pieces? Like, black is nice and compact there in that corner, but at some point you have to get those pieces out, right?
Indeed, yeah, I guess you have to take the knight on e5, and then I'm curious to see how Bakro is going to recapture me. Maybe he wants to take with the bishop, and then we can move out the knight. White should still be a bit better, but it's all of a sudden pretty solid for black. But I think, yeah, Grischuk just has to take the knight on e5. I don't really see another option, because otherwise you just cannot get the knight on b8 developed. So, yeah, I think he just has to take an e5.
Yeah, agreed. And he should do it quite quickly. I'm surprised he's still thinking, but we will see. Do you want to quickly check in with the other groups?
Yeah, for sure. So let's see. So let's throw Hikaru on the small board. Yeah, like we said, we already have 2 draws. Vincent Keimer drew with white pieces against Vidit, and Daniel Dubov and Levon drew their game. So those are actually the games from Pool C. So that group is already done for today.
Yeah.
So Levon keeps a half a point lead in the group, right, over Dubov and Keimer. Yeah.
Exactly.
So let's see what other games we have. So let's see. We have the game between Shirov and Dominguez is heating up, and actually Shirov played the move that you suggested, the move g4. Dominguez took on e4 with the knight, and after knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes e4, rook c8 was played by Lanier, putting a lot of pressure on the pawn on c2. And to be fair, I kind of like Lanier's position. I mean, the knight on g1 is not easy to develop, because you hang the pawn on f4 in a lot of lines, you hit the pawn on c2, and everything looks kind of loose for white, while black is nicely developed. Shirov played the move queen to d3, and now Lanier will have to decide how to continue. What do you think he should do?
How do you go on about evaluating this position? Like, it's so unbalanced. Like, if you were looking at the, okay, we have the bar, which is telling us it likes black a little bit better, but let's pretend that was not there. How do you go on about evaluating such a position?
Yeah, I guess we just look at who has more pieces developed, right? Black has literally every piece in the game. I mean, the knight is active, the bishops, and both the rooks. And for white, this rook on h1 and the knight on g1 are not really participating in the game just yet. And black has a lot of pressure on the c2 pawn. So I guess that's really playing in black's favor. Maybe a move like queen a5, activating the queen a bit more. So then the pawn on c2 would come under real pressure, is I think what Lanier should do. He's also up 10 minutes on the clock, and actually, as we speak, Hikaru has moved. He's played the move queen f4, which I really like, because now he's ready to go g4 and h4 and put pressure on the king side.
I like that a lot. I hope the pawns are gonna come up the board. Also on f4, the queen cannot be attacked, which is great news. So that's a safe haven for the queen for now. If you are black and you think Hikaru wants to go g4, h4 next, what is the best way to set yourself up to prepare for that?
Well, black could play the move f5, just blocking g4 with sort of very hard measures. But on the other hand, now the a1, ah8 diagonal is permanently weakened, and white will always have pressure along that diagonal. So that is not necessarily great for Esipenko. I don't see what else. I thought maybe the move bishop a4 could make sense. So he could put the bishop on c2 and block in the white rook on c1. But maybe then Hikaru could play the move rook c4 to make sure that rook stays involved.
I like that suggestion a lot, yeah.
But overall, I really like Hikaru's position. The one thing is though that maybe the time could be an issue. It's 26 minutes, 19 more moves to be made, but overall I think he can
20 minutes, unfortunately, only, yeah.
Oh, 20 minutes? But overall...
So 20 minutes for Hikaru, half an hour for Esipenko. But still, okay, I think the advantage of what he has, the position he has now, is the plan is quite straightforward, which always helps a lot when you don't have so much time.
Indeed, and I don't really see him getting into danger, but yeah, the time could be a bit of an issue. Only 20 minutes for 19 more moves to be made, but hopefully he will speed up on the next move. His moves should be quite logical now. Moves like g4, king f2, h4, h5, g5, and putting pressure on the black king over here. And what really gives Hikaru the advantage is the strength in bishops. This bishop on b2 is nice and active. It can always put pressure on this diagonal. And the bishop on c6 doesn't really have a future. I mean, it will always be sort of blocked by the white pawn. So that's really why the evil bar likes Hikaru's position so much. It's giving Hikaru a 1.1 advantage.
I really love his position, and interesting game today where I loved his position a while ago, then suddenly I wasn't so sure. I mean, I still thought he's doing well, but it's not so easy, and suddenly once again I'm loving what I'm seeing. And I think I'm not so concerned about the time situation, because Andre also only has 28 minutes, and I think the position is incredibly difficult for black to play. You know, the pawn storm is probably coming, and there's no clear-cut way for how to deal with it. So I think there's a very good chance that very soon Andre will actually overtake Hikaru on the clock.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, Hikaru's moves are easier to make, so that will definitely be in his favor if the players end up in time pressure. So yeah, I'm curious to see what Esipenko will do here. Will he go for the move f5, completely stopping the move g4, or will he just allow g4 to come on the board? And then, I mean, yeah, once again, Hikaru's move seems very easy, because he's always keeping an eye out on the pawn on c7, always putting pressure on the pawn on g7, and I really don't see how black should hang on here. So I think Hikaru has all the reasons to be optimistic here.
And I see Dataplat is saying Engine really likes f5. F5 is a crazy move, which at first hadn't even entered my mind, but I mean, see it and it stops g4, it makes sense.
Yeah, I think, but yeah, it's a very committal move. There's no going back, but it might be the best move, because otherwise white is just going to make progress on this side of the board. So we'll see whether Andre will go for that. Is there another game that has caught your attention?
Let me see. So in Group B, Vitosek has a close to winning advantage against Oparin, which is the same as when we left. I think it's just in those positions, very often the advantages get progressively bigger and bigger. Yeah, Black Hat, don't worry. We'll put the Hikaru board back on the large board next time we look at it, so don't worry about that. Bishop D has been played here by Oparin. Do we just want to swap it? And at which point do we start running with the A-pawn?
Yeah, good point. I kind of like trading on d3, and if the knight takes, then maybe just rook d1, and if the knight moves, you take the pawn on d5, and all of a sudden the black king will find itself in a mating net. Because the bishop on f6 takes away so many squares from the king over there, so it's looking very, very problematic for Grigori Oparin. So I'm sure, Vitosek will take a bit of time here. So go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I'm seeing in the other game, Fedoseev is fighting back against Rapport.
What is happening there? So all of a sudden, so we left off after the move rook a1. No, wait, what has happened here? Wait, so rook a1 check. Wait, what? Okay, wait. So we left off after the move rook a1 check, which was blocked by Richard with the move rook d1. Rook e a8 by Fedoseev, activating another piece. Bishop e2 by Richard, trying to get developed. Knight c1, nice move by Fedoseev. Knight to g4 by Richard, and rook 8 a2 by Fedoseev, hitting the bishop. Sorry, on e2. Knight takes f6, king f8, king f2. So Richard sacrificed the bishop, but how does he have enough after rook takes c2, king g3, and rook c2? I mean, this knight is pinned, it cannot move easily, but what is white gonna do in the meantime? Maybe some sort of checkmating attack against the black king, but I don't quite see it.
No, I don't quite see it either. I mean, did he have to give up that piece?
I don't know. Like, I was thinking maybe he wants to go for e5, with the idea being to go for rook d8 check and checkmate. But black is just in time after, let's say, knight e2 check, king h4, and now he can bring the rook back to the defense with rook a8. So, I don't know. I'm a bit puzzled by what Richard has done here.
Me too. We'll have to come back here because we have a move in Hikaru's game. So let's put it on the big board and let's take a deeper dive, because it was f6. Apparently f5 was best, but after f6, can we start running up the pawn? Is g4 an option here?
Yeah, I think g4 is the way to go. Then once again, white's going to move his king out of the way, let's say with king f2. And then he can prepare with rook g1 and g5, trying to blast open the king side. He can also run his h-pawn up the board, and he goes rook c4. Another move I quite like, to make sure that his rook will stay active. After someone like bishop b5, I guess he's planning to go rook d4 and hit the queen, and he can always activate the other rook to c1. So I like how Hikaru is playing this position. He's really trying to activate all of his pieces, and he's keeping the g4, g5 break on tap. He might use that later on.
Yeah, exactly. I like rook c4 as well, and I find this position just very difficult. Black made the move f6, and now Hikaru just made a move that doesn't do anything. It's not as committal as g4, but a quick move, rook c4, and passing the ball back into black's court. And now Esipenko once again has up with a move, which is not so easy, because if you move any pawn, let's say it's Esipenko, any pawn move could already be a critical.
Yeah, indeed. Like, pawns don't move backwards, so every pawn move will sort of give white a hook to work with. I mean, let's say you go h6, right? Then if white goes g4, h4, and g5 later on, he's blasting open all the files on the king side.
Sorry, Benjamin. Maybe we can put the Grischuk game on the small board.
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah, because we're putting two games. We're putting the same game on both the boards. Wait, is he still thinking after bishop f4? How much time does he have?
He is still thinking. 10 minutes left on the clock, which is insane. I mean, 10 minutes for 28 moves.
I mean,
especially in this position, like where e5 seems to be such an obvious move in a way. So I don't know what Grischuk is doing, but this is nuts.
Yeah, I don't know what he's thinking about. Yeah, I really like Hikaru's position, but yeah, let's have a look at Grischuk's position. Yeah, once again, I think he has to take on e5, but he's getting under 10 minutes already for 27 more moves to be made. I think he's going to end up in severe time pressure. In the meantime, we have a move by Andrei Esipenko. He's played the move rook to d8. So I guess after rook d4, he will be happy that a pair of rooks get traded off. And actually, what happened? Did something?
No, I was just laughing at the Grischuk.
Oh, Grischuk.
But yeah, rook d8. Rook d4. You were telling that we, Andre, clearly I think would be happy. So where does the queen drop back to? c8, e8.
I guess the e8. I also like the move rook fc1 for Hikaru. But I guess then after a move like b5, we're forced to go rook d4 anyway. But black's pieces are all kind of stuck. I mean, I don't really see how black can ever improve the position. And then later on, we can still go for this break with g4, g5. Well, let's see which move Hikaru will choose. What is actually the clock situation there?
18 minutes for Hikaru, 24 minutes for Esipenko.
Okay.
I mean, our clock time, I don't know what it is with the clock time. Sometimes they are so off, sometimes they are more or less accurate. But yeah, we'll keep you posted for sure.
Yeah.
So Hikaru thinking, do you think those are the two main options, rook f to c1 and rook d4?
Yeah, or g4, just sticking with that plan. Yeah, I think those are his main options. But overall, I think he has very good chances to win this game, which would be huge, you know, grabbing the lead.
Sure.
Although Bakro or Grischuk could catch up with him. And actually, Grischuk has moved. He's played the move rook to d8. Now I think he's really inviting a move like knight g4 from Bakro, because the rook has moved away from the king. So something like knight h6 will always be a lot more difficult to face, because you will have to play the move king f8 to keep defending the pawn on f7. But I mean, I feel like he's really provoking Bakro here. I feel like he's taking way too many risks here.
I'm gonna call it, Benjamin. I think we'll have 2 white wins in this A group today.
Okay, I mean, yeah, I think that's a good outcome for Hikaru, who has actually just played the move rook f to c1, putting the pressure on Esipenko. Let's see what...
And just to, I see Toyphone was asking why we're pronouncing, Esipenko is the way it is pronounced in Russian, so yeah, that's why we pronounce it that way.
Yeah, people are always like being weird, like Esipenko, but that's actually like how it is pronounced, yeah.
So let's go back to Hikaru. Rook c1 is on the board. And once again, the ball is in black's court. And every time it's black to move, I'm like, okay, what do I do now with my bishop? Because c7 is hanging. My both rooks seem to be well placed. So what do I do?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see any easy moves for black, which is really difficult. Like, he knows his time is ticking down. He knows he has to make moves, but he's like, okay, what do I do, right? I mean, no move looks great here for black. And Hikaru's moves do seem pretty easy. So I kind of like the fact that he's speeding up a little bit. Are the clock time, I think, he has 15 and a half minutes. Or wait, 17 minutes. 17:40 I'm seeing here. Esipenko has 22 minutes. So Esipenko is still a little bit up on the clock. Let's see whether Hikaru can fully catch up here and really put the pressure.
Soon. Also, of course, like for anyone in the chat who hasn't played over the board, Hikaru is of course using that time that Esipenko is spending here to think. He's played the last couple of moves very quickly. Rook c4 in a minute, rook c1 in 2 minutes, and queen e6.
Yeah.
And I see the bar is
White
going up.
White could go b5 here, and if takes, maybe take on c7. Or, wait, maybe he has the option of going b5, takes, and rook e4. The queen will have to go back to d7 or f7. And then we are going to trade and take on c7. Black still has rook d7, though. Oh, no, wait. Wait. We have check, rook d8, and oh wait, we have a very nice tactic, although it's very dank, but we have bishop takes f6, and if you recapture, then wait, how exactly is this working out? I don't get it. Apparently we...
Takes.
Oh wait, I think I see it. This is very deep, but after rook d7, we give a check, rook d8, then we sacrifice on f6, and we have queen g4 check. And wherever you go, you're gonna lose. Let's say you go to h8, then white has to move queen b4. And it was important to force the king to h8, because if you take the queen on b4 now white takes on d8, you cannot block with f8 because the king is too far away. And then you're gonna take the queen on the next move and you win. And if black moves the queen, then you can always trade on d8 and take the bishop on b5 with a winning queen endgame. But I mean, this is all very complicated.
That's insane.
That is pretty insane.
But now Hikaru, he can show that all that puzzle rush, it's paying off.
Indeed, yeah. But I mean, b5 is pretty findable. Like takes, rook e4, and even if he doesn't see it till the end, this line looks very promising, right? This line with takes, and rook takes c7. That is why I do puzzle rush, you guys.
Exactly. The Hikaru is that it's kind of forced the line, at least up to some point.
Right, I would say b5, bishop takes, rook e4, then taking on e7 and rook takes c7 is pretty forced. And then of course these lines that we just showed with rook d7, rook c8 and the bishop sacrifice, those are pretty wild. But I mean, you should feel that after rook takes c7, that should be progress for white, I would think, because you split all the pawns and black has a bunch of weaknesses.
So b5 is the move that we want to see appear on the board.
Yeah.
I think Hikaru, he senses these moments. Of course, then you need some time to calculate, but I would be shocked if he doesn't.
Yeah. No, once again, I think he will find b5, but this whole sequence after that is very difficult to find with rook c8, rook d8, and bishop takes f6. Because just to show a couple other lines, let's say black takes and queen g4. Well, the problem for black is if he goes to f7, there's always this check, and we win the bishop. If he goes to f8, then we can take on d8, and we have this check. And the endgame after taking the bishop on b5 should be more or less winning for white, I would think. Although black still has queen e7, queen takes b5, and queen takes a.
Yeah, still these queen endgames are never so easy.
True. But I think, I mean, he must be looking at b5 for sure, like 100% he's considering that move. Let's see. So yeah, that is that. Oh, and Bakro has played the move knight g4, putting Grischuk under massive pressure. Grischuk can now finally develop the knight from b8 to c6, but then d5 will come with a very scary position. There's always knight h6. I really do not like the position for Grischuk. Also, how much time does he have?
Grischuk has 6 minutes on the clock. 7 moves.
6 minutes.
6 minutes. I mean, it's so insane.
Yeah, Hikaru is still.
Of course, for anyone we haven't talked about, of course they get 30 seconds per move, but still. I mean, if Grischuk survives today, I will be so impressed.
Indeed, yeah. He on b5 played by Hikaru. This is the right move. Esipenko now under massive pressure. I mean, I'm pretty sure he sees this line with bishop b5, rook e4, taking on e7 and taking on c7, but does he even see the whole line with bishop takes f6? That'd be insane. I mean,
that would be insane. Well, we will find out.
He is very close to winning now, you guys. This would be huge for Hikaru's chances.
Huge.
Huge. So keep sending him your energy.
Keep sending the flowers.
Yeah.
Okay, so after b5, black has to cut. Or what if the bishop drops back?
I mean, if the bishop drops back, let's say to e8, white just takes a pawn on c7 for free. Oh wait, black can take on e7, or he can do the same thing, like go rook e4,
just go
trade the
rook e4
rooks.
anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, at that point, it feels like black is already borderline lost.
Yeah.
So what is Andre gonna do here? I mean, I think he has to take the pawn, otherwise you're just lost. Right, so let's see how much time does Hikaru have? He has 13.5 minutes. That's still pretty good. He spent a bit of time calculating, but he is keeping some nice time on the clock.
Also, I think the fact that Esipenko hasn't moved yet, it's like b5 comes as a shock. Because if you saw
Indeed.
it coming, you take on b5 a lot quicker.
Yeah.
And I think Esipenko now, first of all, might come to realization like, oh shoot.
Yeah, I wonder if he's looking at these lines with bishop takes f6, but he must realize that after bishop takes c5, there's this nasty move, rook e4, and then white takes on c7, and it does feel like the black position, even if you do not see the move bishop f6, it does feel like black's position is very, very fragile.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that's going to happen or not.
Well, I think, yeah, we will. Andre, he will take a little bit of time, but he will just probably have to take on b5.
Indeed, I think so too, yeah. Spam this microwave to send energy to Hikaru's brainwave? Wait, what? Or guys, send in your prime to get Esipenko low on time. That also usually works.
Did you just come up with that?
Yeah, no, I saw it in the chat. Spam this microwave to send send Hikaru brainwaves? What?
I like it. Let's send some brainwaves to Hikaru.
Yeah.
And Grischuk, by the way, we see on the small board has just played rook to f8.
Uh-huh.
I mean, poor Grischuk. I mean, that queen side hasn't played all game long. Still 26 moves to make. Send those primes. I see the hype train.
Yeah.
Send the prime. Get Esipenko low on time.
Right, yeah. I mean, d5 or something looks very, very tempting now for Bakro. Or something like bishop h6, trying to trade off the bishop and creating weaknesses around the black king. I mean, it's looking very, very tough for Grischuk now with how much time? 4 minutes on the clock?
Sorry, for Grischuk. Thank you for the primes. The hype trade has left the station. Grischuk has...
Bishop takes b5 by Esipenko on the board. Is Hikaru gonna go for rook e4? Yeah, rook e4 on the board. Keep sending in your energy. Rook e4, the queen has to go to d7, right? And then we just take on e7 and take on c7. It really feels like the black position is about to collapse.
Let's go, Hikaru. I mean, this is the best. And we've seen some of the lines are insane. Shall we just wait for them to appear on the board, or do you want to show them one more time?
This whole line, yes. So rook e4, queen d7, takes, rook c7. So this position looks very critical for black. I mean, your queen is under attack. I guess if you move the queen to e6, maybe we just take the pawn on b7.
Mm-hmm.
And white always has a very nasty tactic. If this queen ever moves away from the defense of the f6 pawn, let's say this queen goes to d5. White always has a tactic, rook takes g7 check, king takes, queen takes f6, the king moves back, and queen g7 checkmate. So there's a lot of tactics here in this position. By the way, we have moves, queen f7 was played, rook takes c7, queen takes c7. Now I'm sure Hikaru is going to blitz out rook takes c7, putting Esipenko under massive pressure.
Yeah, rook c will appear on the board, and would you say objectively the position is already lost for Esipenko?
I think objectively it's lost, yeah. The question is whether Hikaru will find all the precise moves and he will convert, but I think objectively, like let's say two computers play against each other, white will win 100% of the time.
That's a good percentage.
Yeah, so Hikaru will just look at the ceiling and then just convert the game, yeah.
But what a day in this pool A. I mean, just crazy. We see on the small board, Etienne is still thinking. That's gonna be such a huge time scramble. Etienne, 16 minutes on the clock. Grischuk, 3 minutes 50. And Esipenko, he has just, so Hikaru is still thinking, but there he goes. Rook takes c7.
And now the big question, will Esipenko go rook to d7, and that will allow this crazy tactic that we showed. Rook to c8, rook d8, and then bishop takes f6. I mean, if Hikaru will find that, that'd be insane. But I think that's just winning for white. And I really don't see what Esipenko should do here. I mean, let's say he moves the queen, he's just hanging the pawn on b7. Hikaru should win this game.
I mean, such an exciting moment. Will Rook D7 be played? If so, will Hikaru find? Will Hikaru find? I can't even talk anymore. I think there's a very good chance we'll see this. We'll see this happen over the word.
Yeah. Yeah, Esipenko now under a lot of pressure. Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see. So what are the correct clock times? Let me check real quick. So
13 minutes for Hikaru, 18 for Esipenko. Someone in the chat was bishop d7 instead of rook d7, but then I guess we can simply take on b7.
So you're saying, sorry, queen where?
If instead of rook d7, bishop d7.
Bishop d7, right. I guess then we just take the pawn on b7, and we should just be up a pawn there, I would think. And everything is nicely protected in the white position, and once again, black's position is full of weaknesses. So yeah, so as you said, Hikaru has 13 minutes and 40 seconds. Esipenko has 17 and a half minutes. So Hikaru should be able to make the time control without too much trouble. I mean, he's used to rapid chess. And in the meantime, Bakro is thinking he's just dipped below 15 minutes, and Grischuk has a little under 4 minutes. So that will be a time scramble for sure.
And we won't go anywhere, but all the other games in group B and D, everything is still going on. So today Group C finished quickly, but sorry.
Oh yeah, we have Hikaru on the live cam, if we can pull it up real quick.
Sure, let's pull it up.
So we see Hikaru here thinking, and Esipenko looks really unhappy. I mean, he's sitting there with his hand towards his head, and he must realize that things have gone wrong. He looks visibly unhappy, I would say. Hikaru looking fully focused. Trying to juice in the win, or however you would put it.
Yes, Esipenko is thinking, yeah? But he...
Yeah.
Then it's very clear, okay, I think Esipenko knows he's lost from that body
Indeed,
language.
yeah, he must realize that this position is not good for him. And yeah, Hikaru looks pretty confident. I wonder if he's seeing the whole line with rook d7, rook c8, and bishop takes f6. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Excuse me, I think Hikaru is seeing it. Back now, the head bob. I think Hikaru knows this one is in the bag.
Right, but yeah, it's not over just yet, and they've just switched cameras, so let's go back to our other scene. But yeah, we will try to pull up Hikaru if he shows up again. So just let us know, you guys.
Thank you, chat.
Yeah, Esipenko is thinking here. Let's see what he's gonna do.
I mean, it's just such a tough spot for Esipenko, because rook d7 is kind of not the only move, but it is the best move. But it is losing anyway. He has probably seen the line with bishop f6. He knows that Hikaru has seen the line with bishop f6. So it's just an impossible situation. Maybe he will see, is there anything that gives me better practical chances than rook d7? But having seen especially the camera on the two players, I have no doubt in my mind that Hikaru is going to get the win here.
I think so too, yeah. I mean, yeah, like you said, given the fact that Esipenko looks so unhappy with the position, and I mean, what we're seeing here, it looks like Hikaru is winning, so I feel very, very confident that he's gonna win this game, and that'd be huge for his chances. But in the meantime, it looks like Bakro is crushing Grischuk. D5 is on the board. Grischuk has, I don't know, 3 minutes on the clock, and all the problems in the world.
2 minutes.
Like, 2 minutes. I mean, what does he even do here? I mean, he cannot get the knight on b8 involved. I mean, let's say you trade on d5, knight takes d5, all your problems remain. Knight e7 is a threat. The pawn on c7 is under attack. Lots of tricks on the king side with knight h6. I mean, it looks really, really bad at the moment for Grischuk. So I think he's just going down here against Bakro.
I agree, and I mean, I don't think he can save this. He is now down to a minute and a half. 15, like how in the world? The game started 3 hours ago, and we're on move 15. And again, if back row can keep his nerve and Hikaru converts, what a brilliant day it will be for Hikaru. Grischuk is his main competitor, at least on paper, by rating in this group. Grischuk, the rating favorite. So for him to go down, for Hikaru to get the win, what a fantastic day.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Bakro will then, get in the mix and maybe have a chance to go for first place. By the way, H5 was played by Grischuk. So what should Bakro do in the current position? I mean, Knight H6 always looks very tempting. Oh wait, I might see a nice line for Bakro. Maybe he has Knight H6 check, King H7, and maybe we can take on F7. And if you recapture, we take on E6. Let's say you take the bishop on F4, we take on D7. And if you take the pawn with the knight, we can take the bishop on B7, and if the queen recaptures, we then take on D7. And after everything is said and done, we are up a pawn. I'm sure Bakro is looking at that line. That is definitely one option. We'll just see whether he goes for that. But I mean, there should be a lot of very promising options for Bakro. Even moving the knight back to E5 also looks very good. But let's see what Bakro will go for in this position.
I wonder if he's going to go for something like that, or if he let's I like that comment. Benjamin just made 6 hour worth of moves. Certainly in Grischuk's book, that is very true. I wonder if Etienne is going to go for something like that, or if he feels like Grischuk has a minute and a half, let's try and keep more pieces on the board.
Indeed,
what would your approach be? Let's say you are Etienne Bakro here. Not so hard, right, to not get distracted by the fact that Grischuk is so low on time.
Yeah, that is a very good point. If you are Bakro, it is very easy to get very excited about Grischuk's time pressure, and that's actually a mistake that a lot of young players especially make. They see their opponent only has 1 minute, and they start blitzing along, and actually that's when they start making mistakes. So I think Bakro is doing a good job of taking his time, not just blitzing along with Grischuk's time pressure. But indeed, a lot of players do get nervous themselves because they feel like, oh my god, my opponent only has 1 minute on the clock, I'm gonna win this game. But of course you still have to finish it off, and Grischuk will try to find the toughest moves in the position. But I think, to be honest, this line with Knight H6 is fairly forced, I guess, although, we'll see.
We'll see what I have to stop reading chat. The problem is I am such a giggle monster. And every time I see like a funny microwave comment, I literally just start giggling. So maybe I have to turn off the chat at some point. But I like this. Can you turn on the microwave to heat up the match? I think there's actually no need to heat up the match any further. This group A at least is already on fire, so there's no need for the microwave right now.
I don't think the chat. I heard. We could turn on the microwave at some point, but I don't think Hikaru needs it at this point in time. But it's looking pretty good for Hikaru, so I think he has this all under control.
And crazy that Esipenko still thinking, but again, I think from we saw when we looked at the camera, I think he gone, even the fact that he wasn't properly looking at the board, we didn't see this focus pose. It was more like looking up in the air and thinking, where did it go wrong, which is often the body language we see.
Yeah, indeed. Often, when players indeed have that look on their face, like, where did I go wrong? They've already sort of mentally resigned the game.
By the way, and we can catch up there once we've reached the time control, but in Group B, Vitosek's advantage is almost gone, and Rapport is back in an advantageous position. So today is a crazy day across the board. But Esipenko is still thinking, and we've had a couple of moves in the back row game.
Oh yeah, like you said, Vitosek is completely thrown his advantage. Black is pretty active now with this knight on f3. He can always choose the right moment when to take this pawn on h2, but I think more dangerously, let's say white plays a move like rook b5. Maybe he can even start pushing this f-pawn up the board, or I'm a bit surprised still that the bar is showing approximate equality. I mean, I guess black just has a lot of counterplay with this f-pawn running down the board very, very quickly.
Be terrified as white.
Yeah. And no, you guys, the microwave is not available. It's my microwave.
Come on, there's a price. Everything has a price, Benjamin.
I mean, but it will have to be very it will have to be a very serious auction.
Name your price.
No, I'll just if someone makes a serious offer, I will consider it. But if not, 45 million. Well, if Hikaru offers his entire net worth, then sure. Yeah.
Okay, very quick look on the small board at the other game in this group. Port. We weren't sure what he was doing with his piece sacrifice, but suddenly he's winning again.
Wait, who? Sorry?
Rapport against Fedosey. Look at the state of that black king, and he's about to win his piece back with interest.
Right, indeed. He could take the bishop on e4 now, and then the black king will be stuck in a mating net. Like, let's say we take on e4, and black takes the pawn on b4. I think after something like knight f6 check, king g6, and e5, the black king... Oh, wait, here is actually still the move h5, and black creates this square. So what we do is instead is we play e5 right away. Now, let's say black makes a random move, like knight e2, then the mating net arises after knight f6 check, king g6, and rook g8, and the black king is stuck. So that is what Rapport is going for. He's captured the bishop on e4 with the pawn, and that is why Fedosey played the move e5, to make sure that white cannot put the pawn on e5 himself. So looking very, very promising for Rapport here.
And let me just update Esipenko's clock. So the clock times are now correct. So Esipenko has 6 minutes. And yeah, with every passing minute, the Hikaru win becoming more. Also likely that Richard Rapport will strike back. And finally, maybe Benjamin, on the small board, we can have a very quick look at Group D, where Dominguez is looking very good with the black pieces against Andrei Shirov. Alexei Shirov.
Yeah.
Andrei Esipenko.
Esipenko still hasn't moved, right? But yeah, let's have a look at... So you're talking about the game between Shirov and Dominguez? Let's have a look at that game. And Shirov looks to be in a lot of trouble. Let's see. So what happened there? So we left off after the move queen d3, queen a5 was played by Dominguez, f5, bishop to d5, rook h2, defending the pawn on c2 laterally, trade happened on e4 and knight to b5, queen takes b7 and knight d6 by Dominguez hitting the queen dropped back all the way to f3, e4, queen to d1, but now after knight b5 things are looking quite scary for Shirov. Dominguez is going after all the dark square weaknesses around the white king. c4 was played, but the evil bar is showing a huge advantage here for Dominguez. I wonder why, to be honest. I mean, black is still up a pawn, and I don't see right away why black should be winning here.
Yeah, I'm also not clear. Like, it feels like the white king somehow is open. But how can we take advantage of that?
Indeed, yeah. I mean, I guess somehow he has to combine a move like rook e8 and rook c8 with a knight check. The problem for white is that this knight will always be difficult.
By the way, sorry, rook d7 has just been played by Esipenko.
Rook d7 on the board by Esipenko. So now the big question is, will Hikaru find this tactic with rook c8, rook d8, and bishop takes f6? I think that just wins the game. Let's see, he also... Is bishop takes f6 a move right away? I guess that then black can take with the queen. So that might not, that might be the difference, right? Whereas let's say we throw in these moves first. If we take on f6 now, black cannot take with the queen.
Oh my god, Benjamin, I'm cheating. But this line is crazy. This also wins for Hikaru. After queen takes, there is rook c8 check. And king f7, queen b4.
Oh, we still have this idea with hitting the bishop, and we threaten rook f8 check, which would win the queen. And black has simply no defense. Like, I guess queen e5, there will still be a checkmating attack. Let's have a look. So let's say queen e5.
But Hikaru has gone rook c8, which is also winning, of course.
This is the critical moment. Will Hikaru find bishop takes f6? Once again, guys, if bishop takes f6, black cannot take with the queen. We just trade the queens and take on the 8, and we have a winning endgame. If black takes with the pawn, we give a check on g4. If the king goes here, we go queen h5, win the bishop with a winning queen endgame. If the king goes to f8, we check, and queen b4, we win the bishop with a winning queen endgame. And if the king steps to h8, we go queen b4, hitting the queen. And if the queen takes, we take here. The queen cannot block because the king is pushed away.
Benjamin, quick question. If Hikaru plays bishop f6, will you celebrate, will you turn on the microwave if bishop f6 appears on the board?
Well, I heard that just turning on the microwave and not putting anything in it is really, really bad for the microwave.
Okay, we can put, popcorn. Let's put some popcorn in the microwave.
I mean, well, Hikaru will need some support for that. So maybe. I don't know, if that's really what the people want, I will consider it.
Let's see the microwave. Bishop f6, bishop f6.
I mean,
the chat will go wild. If Hikaru wins and the microwave gets turned on at the same time, I don't know how the chat will hold it together.
I mean, is that really what the chat wants? It's just a microwave.
I think it's what they want. It's what we all want.
Why are people so obsessed? It's just a microwave. I mean, bishop takes f6, I guess, is findable, right?
All the pressure is on Hikaru. Imagine if Hikaru knew the added pressure here.
But yeah, I think if he finds this move, he should win the game. The one line that is still not 100% clear, in my opinion, is, let's say, pawn takes, queen g4, king f8, takes, queen b4 check, queen e7, then we take the bishop here, and queen takes a3, because black has potentially a passer, but white is up. Wait, white is not up a pawn. But he should
maybe let's put Grischuk on the small board, because that game
for sure. The game is really heating up, and it's really important for Hikaru's group. So Bakro has gone for another move. So he played knight e5, knight takes, bishop takes, and after f6 he's played the move d6. Grischuk took the bishop, d7, knight takes, takes queen d7, and queen to c8. So Grischuk has 34 seconds.
And I'm so sorry, Benjamin. Let's update the position in Hikaru, like just bring back to live position.
Of course, So let's see, it's looking pretty promising for Bakro. Grischuk only 34 seconds on the clock. I guess he has to keep the queens on the board. Right, black has all these weaknesses, but for the moment black is up a pawn. But I would think after a move like queen c6, black cannot move. Right, what is black gonna do?
So rook queen c6 you're saying, and then what next is the question,
I mean, I guess white has very easy moves like rook d1 and knight e4. And black cannot move. I mean, this queen is stuck defending the pawn on e6, the pawn on c7. This bishop is completely blocked in by its own pawn on e5. So I really don't see a move there for Grischuk. But let's see what Bakro will do. In the meantime, Hikaru is still thinking, will he... I mean, he must be looking at bishop f6, right?
Surely,
I guess he's looking at it.
The thing is, if he sees bishop f6 now, could it be because I see that he could also go rook c7 potentially bring back the position after rook d7 and then take. So could it be that that's what he's considering? If not, what other moves make sense?
I mean, I'm sure he's looking at it right now. I mean, to be honest, it feels much more intuitive in this position. Because bishop takes f6, pawn takes s4, queen g4, and then black has 3 moves, right? King h8, queen b4, and white wins. King f8, white takes, and queen b4, white wins. And king f7, queen h5, and white wins. So it shouldn't be too difficult, but I mean, question is whether he considers the sacrifice or not. There's actually one more line that could be not that easy. Let's say we take an f6, black takes, queen g4 check, king h8, queen b4. There's also the move queen takes e3, sacrificing the queen, because now black all of a sudden has a very strong pass d pawn. We can in fact not take the bishop, because then black goes d2 and the pawn is unstoppable, combined with rook c1. But this position should still be winning for white somehow. But yeah.
Yeah, but I think indeed a lot of these lines, it's easy for us, of course, to sit here and but over the board, a lot of these lines, even that one that you were showing with the pawn suddenly appearing on d2, when you sit over the board, not in the comfort of your own home, completely different situation. And also, let's remind everyone, we're on move 28. Hikaru has 7 minutes, 5 minutes for Esipenko, but still 12 moves to make. So time is becoming something to watch out for.
Indeed, yeah, 7 minutes. I'm pretty sure he is calculating it, but he cannot allow himself to get too low on the clock, because then, once again, a critical moment might arrive, and then he will need the time. But let's see what he's gonna come up with. I mean, he must be looking at bishop takes f6, right? I mean, what else?
I mean, he's been thinking for 7 minutes. I'd be shocked. Like, I think he will play. Let's not jinx it. He will play it. The microwave will come on, and we have a party in here.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, I guess, the definition of a party. Yeah. Okay. We will see. We will see. We're not gonna put the chessboard in the microwave. I mean, come on, you guys. That's gonna completely ruin all the pieces.
But also people who are saying, let's put a glass of water in there. I can't tell. Like, when I grew up, we never had a microwave at home. We only had like an oven. So I don't actually know. Can you do that? Does glass, like...
I mean, I feel like putting a glass of water in a microwave, that's really asking for an accident. Like, I feel like the glass is just gonna burst.
The glass is probably, there might be maybe some glass. Yeah. I don't think that's gonna work out. Hikaru is still thinking. Is he gonna go for bishop f6? He could also repeat the position once and then go for it. Yeah, true.
Is he gonna find a move? Bishop f6 should win him the game, but it's not easy. Once again, we looked at these lines, but even for us sitting at home, it all looks very, very complicated. But let's see whether he can find it.
Yeah, he's still thinking. I feel, meanwhile, that I'm learning more about microwaves than about chess in the current position. But no, Hikaru is still thinking. If he doesn't go for bishop f6,
right? Yeah, that is a good question.
Then what?
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, he could drop the rook back, and he should still be a lot better. But I'm sure he's probably very much invested right now in bishop takes f6, so that's probably why he really wants to go for it. I mean, let's say we make a random move.
That's not a problem, actually, Benjamin. We haven't touched on it. But when you spend so long calculating bishop f6, in this case here it works. But sometimes you spend so move, and if you then come to the conclusion, I can't make it work, then suddenly you have invested all that time. Now Hikaru has 4 minutes remaining, so that's also a danger sometimes in those spots.
Indeed, yeah. So, and he sacrificed on f6. Pawn takes f6, queen g4, queen g4 check on the board.
Oh my goodness.
What is Esipenko gonna do? King h8 or king f8 or king f7? You guys did this. Keep spamming your energy. Keep sending him your energy.
Microwave.
You guys did this. Keep sending him energy, you guys.
The microwave did it.
The microwave did it. Yeah, microwave, good job.
So queen g4.
Queen g4 check on the board. Where is Jesse? I think... I guess he's gonna go for this line, king f8. Takes, queen b4. Because this is the one line that doesn't look... That's the least clear, at least to me, right? He takes a pawn on a3. And we cannot take on b6 because there's queen c1. So I would have to spend a move on like king f2. And then you could go back to, let's say, d6 and defend everything. The problem, however, is that then black doesn't really have a good follow-up anymore. So I think king f8 is the move he's going to go for. Because the other moves, I feel like, are too trivially lost.
I agree with you. I think also Esipenko has had a lot of time now to calculate. I'm sure bishop f6 was also on his radar.
Oh, king f8 on the board.
King f8 is played.
Yeah, indeed.
And I think we're gonna go down this road.
Rook d8 by Hikaru. Queen d8. I think we'll see that line where black takes the pawn on a3. And then we'll see what's gonna happen. Yeah, and queen b4 check, queen e7, all on the board. Hikaru's gonna take on b5, then Esipenko will take the pawn on a3. Indeed. Now let's see, I think king f2 makes a lot of sense. You cannot allow queen c2 and let black take on d2. That will be completely fine for black. So he has to move the king away. Because if you go king f2 on the board, if you go queen c1 now white is just in time to snap off this pawn, defend the pawn on d2, and white should be winning. So can Hikaru convert here is the big question.
Yes, he can.
Oh, by the way, Grischuk has made some nice...
I was just gonna say that. Like, what is happening in the other game?
Yeah, the rook on c4 might be sort of active, actually, because it's always holding down the knight on c3. I mean, I kind of like what Grischuk did over last... Okay, rook d8 played. Let's see what... I mean, that game can really go either way in such a massive time scramble. Esipenko now thinking what he should do. Where I think queen d6 makes sense. Defending b6 and d3. You're also keeping your queen closer to the defense of the pawns on the king side. White should be winning is my guess, but it's very, very unclear, I would think.
I think it's one of these positions, surely, and you can correct me, where I feel the engine, it's very easy for the engine to say 3 or whatever, but in practice, queen endgames are some of the hardest to play.
Indeed, yeah, there's always a lot of checks. And you have to make sure that this b-pawn does not get rolling down the board all of a sudden. Because let's say you collect all these pawns, but this pawn lands all the way on b3 or b2, supported by the black queen. White cannot stop it, and white usually then has to go for a perpetual. So it is a little bit tricky given the fact that black has actually 2 passed pawns, but for the moment, I mean, they're on the same file. But I think, yeah, this pawn on d3 looks very, very weak. I don't see the pawns on the b file running just yet. These pawns on the king side are also very weak, and then Hikaru could start pushing his own pawns. So it should be good overall, but still very, very tricky.
For sure. And in the other game, by the way, I saw a comment in the chat that in the other game a draw would surely be a good result for Hikaru. I think both Etienne win, and I mean no disrespect obviously to Etienne Bacro, but both a win and a draw I think would both be good for Hikaru.
Yeah, and by the way, we have an interview with Grigory, Oparin and Vitosek, so let's pull it up real quick.
Point, I'm not quite sure.
Players and we'll come back right after.
Yeah.
Drawn their game in Pool B. It's the first game of this group that's finished. My question for Radek, during the most of the game it seemed that you were better, maybe even winning at some point, I'm not quite sure. Could you tell us where the game, where you missed a win or you missed a good opportunity to get
No, I just, when I played, I just missed one idea, which was knight G2 at the almost end, and after that I didn't really see how to proceed. So probably instead of something like bishop e5, I should play something else, but I didn't see. I mean, it felt that it was always very close to win, but I don't really know where I simply went wrong.
In any case, as a last-minute replacement for the player that couldn't come, you must be very happy with the start of the tournament. Were you expecting to start so well the tournament?
I didn't really expect like anything. I expected that I can simply play some games because, okay, I mean, I got to know like something like 3 days before the event, but in fact it was nice because, you know, I'm playing here with like zero pressure, so I'm just enjoying the whole process, and yeah, it's nice.
Okay. Grigor, it's your second black game in a row. Today you drawed. Yesterday, unfortunately, things didn't go so well. This h5, h4 idea you played today, was it idea of preparation or a spur-of-the-moment decision?
No, I briefly remember it's something like that. I think it's like the first line of the engine. But I mean, obviously, when you play a strategically risky line and after that don't find like concrete dynamic solutions, then I mean, you are likely to get in trouble. Yeah, and that's what happened to me. Mm-hmm. I mean, strategically, I had a very risky position and somehow misplayed it and got into a very difficult ending. Yeah.
But then you played defensively very well, and you were able to hold the game as much as possible, with the hope that your opponent wouldn't find the best continuation. So
yeah, I was trying to find some tricks. Yeah. This is chance with the knight, basically. The only chance, like.
Mm-hmm. So tomorrow you have now you have 2 whites. What are you expecting from the next games?
Yeah, obviously, half point out of 2 is not what I was looking for, but okay. I mean, with 2 blacks, I mean, the things could have gone worse today. So, I mean, obviously, I'll try to push with white in the next 2 games. I mean, we'll see how to go.
Congratulations for a good fight for both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, you guys. We have more moves in the Hikaru game. In fact, Queen c5 has been played by Esipenko. Queen takes d3 and b5. He's starting to run the b pawn down the board. I mean, Hikaru could take another pawn, but how is he going to stop the b pawn exactly after b4? I mean, you can take yet another pawn, but let's say black goes.
By the way, let's switch. Let's because Hikaru is on camera, so we can go there.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, they have their game on. Yeah, here it is. Okay, let's update the live board. But the live board is live. Oh wait, sorry. Here it is. So b5 on the board. So let's see.
What was that glitch like? Hikaru was gone, and then the screen glitched, and he was back.
Well, it's difficult to have the live game and the live camera up at the same time. But yeah, Hikaru's thing after the move b5, not easy at all. I mean, you can take on h7, yeah, then indeed, the b pawn is gonna keep rolling down the board even further. Like you can take an h7, like we said before, then take on b7, but maybe like queen c4. I don't see quite how you're gonna stop the pawn. He is thinking at the moment.
He is thinking. This is move 36, by the way. Mm-hmm. 4 moves to go here for both players.
Wait, did he play queen c3? Okay, anyway, let's try to pull up.
Queen c3 was played and queen e7.
Yeah. All right, let's see. So let's pull up the board here. So queen e7 played by Esipenko. I think now the b pawn should be under control. Let's say we play a move like, let's say we make a random move like king e2, right? Bring the king just a little bit closer. After b4, let's say we go queen c4. I mean, how is this pawn ever going to push any further?
Good question. Yeah, I don't see how we're going to get that. By the way, just a quick, the other games, suddenly anything can happen. Suddenly, I'm not ruling out that Grischuk could win himself.
Yeah.
20 seconds for Bakro. They still have 8 moves to go. Suddenly, Bakro is the one with no time.
Yeah, true. Bakro has no time on the clock. Wait.
And the queens have come. Now we're just in an endgame, and well, the engine saying 0-0, but what a crazy turnaround in that game.
Indeed, yeah. And King E2 played by Hikaru. I think he should be winning here because I don't see the B pawn going anywhere. The white king is also coming very, very close, so he should be able to win this game, even though it will still require quite a bit of work, I guess. But you're saying Bakros now. I mean, if Grischuk would win this game, that'd be insane. King G7 by Esipenko on the board.
So King G7, 3 moves to go for Hikaru, 3 moves to go for Esipenko.
Indeed, yeah.
And, well, the question also for Hikaru, so how does Hikaru continue? You said, I think D4, the best square for the queen?
Or
what were you saying? Sorry.
I was just saying, if Esipenko goes b4, I guess we just always answer that with queen c4 and just completely keep that pawn under attack. I guess queen d4, nice move. Maybe his idea is to put the queen on b6. And I think given the fact that Hikaru is now up a pawn, all the pawn in games should be winning, so that should be very good news for him. I was actually thinking, let's say black plays a move like b4, what we could maybe do is something like queen g4 check, and if king f7, there's always moves like queen e4 maybe, because once again the pawn in game should be winning because we're up a pawn, and we are in the square of this pawn. And then we also hit this, so he should win this one. He also still has 2 more moves to make until the time control, so I have faith that he will convert this.
Absolutely, yeah. I think you make a very good point. 2 moves to go and he extra half hour, which will be very welcome. Players have been quite low on time for a while, and the extra half hour, I'm sure, will help Hikaru to convert this in the best possible way.
Yeah, queen f7 by Esipenko. So he's looking at some tricks like queen c4 check, I guess, if the white queen would ever move away. But once again, it feels like Hikaru is very, very close to convert this one. Wait, actually queen g4 check. Wait, isn't queen g4 check winning on the spot? Because where do you go? If you go to f8, queen b4, and you collect the pawn. If you go to h8, we go queen b4, and there's still queen e8, I guess. Because if you move your queen anywhere else, like let's say the d5. Exactly, yeah. And queen g4 check played by Hikaru.
Wow.
I think he's gonna win this one. Maybe king h6 is needed.
King h6 looks so insane.
That is not the move you want to make.
And Andre only has he goes to h8, but...
Oh, but queen b4 should be winning. I mean, there's still queen e8. Queen e8 only move to hang on. You have to defend this pawn and defend the f8 square, otherwise you just lose on the spot. But then white should be winning somehow, like queen e8. It's got to be winning for white. This pawn is completely under control. Hikaru's up a pawn. It feels like he's about to win another one.
Yeah, I mean, the problem also, black is just so passive after... Hikaru, by the way, queen b4 was move 40. So Hikaru is going to get power now. And I agree with Nerd Nation in the chat. This will be over short. I think Esipenko, once the time control is made, he's going to realize this is no fun. Will Hikaru come on after the game?
I guess so. I mean, he came on yesterday after a draw. Queen e8 played by
yesterday was a very short game, so we'll see. I mean, we have no guarantees. Of course, we hope he'll come on, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. But yeah, given the fact that they've just
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
The other game has ended in a draw.
Oh yes, Bakro and Grischuk have drawn their game very, very up and down, but it ended peacefully. So if Hikaru wins this game, he grabs the lead in the group, which is very, very good.
Yeah.
Let's see, what other game do we want to have a look at? This game between... This is looking wild between Shirov and Dominguez, but Dominguez got to be winning somehow. By the way, Hikaru just played the move Queen to D6. He's hitting the pawn on F6, which looks very problematic to defend. If you go... Okay, Queen F7 played. Probably the only move, because I was about to say let's... And Queen C5. Okay, Queen E8 only move. Maybe then Queen B6. Aha, that's his idea, I guess. Not. Huh. Queen E8. It's not over just yet, but Hikaru should be winning here. Just needs to slow down, take his time. He's got enough time on the clock. But black is completely stuck. I mean, he cannot ever make any progress pushing these pawns up the board. In the meantime, maybe... Although if you go d4, you expose your own...
King.
You expose your own king to checks. Right, so you don't really want to do that either.
Yeah, I think very likely that Hikaru is going to take his time here. They have just gotten the extra half hour, and any pawn move, of course, you want to carefully consider. I think he's gonna push one of them. I don't know. Is it gonna be G4? Is it gonna be E4? Is it gonna be D4? But I suspect he is going to take his time here.
Yeah.
Chat is asking, did we get scammed on the microwave? I also
No.
thought there had been a promise if Bishop F6 was played.
I mean, I guess we'll leave the final word to Hikaru. I said we would think about it if Hikaru would win, but at the moment he's...
Chat, I think we got scammed.
No scam. But yeah, Hikaru is for sure going to take his time here, figure out the way to win. So, yeah.
We could very quickly update what's happening elsewhere. So there is still one game going on in Pool B.
Right.
Richard Rapport against Vitosek, but it looks like Rapport is completely winning. Not only is he up a pawn, but that black king looks like it's in a world of pain.
Yeah, exactly. The black king looks like it's about to get checkmated. Maybe someone like rook h6, king f6 and knight e7, although it's never that easy to fully complete a checkmate. But I mean, given the fact that the black king is so passive, white is his passed b pawn, white should be winning one way or another. So let's see how Rapport will try to convert. I think we said that... Oh, Shirov must be lost because he's just down a piece. The rook is defended. If you check, we can just block. So Shirov's gonna lose. So I think Dominguez will be grabbing the lead in the group there, unless
And
Hare
Dominguez
Krishna...
had started with a double black, so to start with
What-
1.5 out
we-
of 2.
Yeah, we have an interview, by the way, so let's pull it up real quick.
Not real chess player now, so.
The point how the first
Just a second, you guys.
Yes, now the first game that's finished in Pool A, Grandmasters Etienne Bacrot and Alexander Grischuk, a very exciting game. Etienne, it seemed that you were going to bring the point home. At what moment did you feel that the game was slipping away?
Yes, okay, I might even lose the full point. I think one moment. So, no, okay, from the start I had slightly better position. I don't know. Alexander chose maybe this line because I am not real chess player now, so.
No, because it's you only first place qualifies, so you have to risk. I actually don't understand why Svidler, for example, predicted that everyone will play very safe, cautious. I actually think the format you have to risk.
Yes.
So
Yeah, no, but of course you need to risk, but I would expect a bit later. But then, okay, then I just played some moves in the opening and I had good position.
It seemed that maybe... sorry.
And but then, okay, I thought it was very, very good. And after knight fd7, I thought for, I don't know, 40 minutes. And I just could not find better moves than bishop f4. And after bishop f4, knight take e5 is probably slightly better for white, but very slightly, nothing special here. And okay, at this moment, Alexander blundered with rook d8, and after knight g4, it should definitely be winning.
Yeah, one of the commentators was suggesting knight h6 maybe, and maybe knight takes f7 if you go king h7. Did you see that possibility, Alexander?
It's basically the same combination like in the game, but with two extra pawns. There are no e5 and e6 pawns.
No, okay, first I blundered f6. This is clear. So that's why I go in this, because I thought, okay, very easy, much better position than I blunder f6. Like
that's
shock.
the reason you chose the other one.
Yeah, and but actually I also saw the other line, but I didn't see that it's so much winning here. And actually, if black has no f6, I think I would win easily, because I had 10 minutes against one, and much better.
Minutes, it's about
but
mate.
Yes,
and
no, but especially with
domination.
of course, it would be pawn up, I think.
And Alexander, I understand that you're playing.
So this
yeah, that's the reason you didn't play knight. I understand that the idea of risking more to win the first place, but you still took nearly 45 minutes for these 3 pawn moves. So was this a sort of spur on the moment improvised decision, or you had this plan before coming?
Yeah, okay, because Etienne never played this particular line against Pirc, so I only had some blitz experience, and played mostly this a6 line, and somehow in blitz I usually manage to finish my development with a6, b6, a6, knight c6, bishop b7, and then okay, it's playable. But here I just could not figure out how to do it, because after e6 I didn't like what Etienne did, and then if I don't play b6 I didn't like that white can play a5. Then after knight c6 I didn't like d5 everywhere, so I don't know, I just could not find a way.
Okay. Well, at least it gave for a very exciting game, so thanks both of you for playing for the game and for coming to give your answers. Dina, okay, thank you very much.
All right, you guys, so yeah, that is the interview we had right there. Very up and down game, but it ends in a draw. So once again, both players move to 1 point out of 2 games. So Hikaru has a chance to grab the lead. But I mean, they've reached move 40, so I guess both players will take their time here. So it could still go on for a while, even though I doubt that the result is in doubt.
Yeah, so Hikaru has just played g4. Are we going to take alternate breaks, or what do you want to do?
Let's just take a very short break, just like a couple minutes, and we'll be right back.
Sure, see you soon.
Okay, yeah, see you soon, you guys. On with Shirov and Dominguez. We could pull that up real quick, actually.
Let's do it.
Yeah, so we'll have to go back just a little bit. Give me a second, let me pull it up here. All right, here we go. Just give me a second.
It's finished with a win by Linear. First of all, thanks both of you for coming, especially you, Alexei. A tough game, an exciting game, very complex opening. Give us your thoughts on the opening, and where do you think the game slipped away from White, and you really thought you had the chance to win the game?
Yeah, I think the opening went very well for me. I liked my position. It looked very promising, but after Alexei played h3, I didn't find anything anything clear. So I still feel that my position should be good, but then I think after we trade everything on e4 and I play rook c8, queen d3, I think maybe it's around equal. I don't know. It feels kind of balanced to me, but obviously very complicated. And then I think the key moment was when I played knight d6, that queen f3 was maybe a mistake, because then I get this time to play e4 and knight b5, which it's not obvious, but it kind of works for black, because then I'm able to exchange the bishop and get a big initiative.
Let's say again, thanks for coming to the interview. Did his move e5 in the opening take you by surprise? You took about 20 minutes to get the grip on the position.
Yeah, Yeah, this was surprising.
Okay. I think for me that's enough questions for today. Thank you both for going. Thank you.
All right, you guys, that was that. Oh, look who we have. Oh, saw Hikaru there for a second.
I'm sorry, Benjamin. I can't deal with these interviews.
Yeah, they're a little bit weird.
Did that
yeah.
move surprise you? Yes. Okay, well, thanks for coming. Bye.
Well, it was like you thought for 20 minutes here. Did that move surprise you? Like, no, I prepared this move, but I just spent 20 minutes just for fun.
Oh my god, the other interview earlier, that was the worst question. What was it, Vitosek? So you had probably a winning position. Where did you miss the win? Like, okay, if she knew.
Well, there was that one, but also Lavan, do you ever get a massage before the game?
Yeah, but I'm sure we missed the interview there. Like, surely they didn't ask no question about. Like, they're not gonna have an early with Levon and just ask 2 questions. So, did you get a massage today, or do you ever get a massage and nothing else? Like,
yeah.
So I don't know. I'm confused.
But in the meantime, I think the game between Hare Krishna and Wesley So is probably going to end in a draw. It looks like Wesley, I mean, he's still down a pawn, but he should be able to draw this. Given the fact that White now has the double G pawns, I don't really see what White can do with these pawns over there. But, you know, Wesley still has to be precise and make the draw here.
And that would mean that Lenier Dominguez will be the sole leader in that D group. And in Group B, maybe we can pull that up, because only 3 games are still going. The Hikaru game, this one that we just looked at between Hare Krishna and So, and finally Richard Rapport and Vitosek.
I think Rapport should be able to win this game. He's up a pawn. His pieces are way more active. Question is, how exactly does he win here, though? I mean, let's say he gives a check on b7. I guess the king goes up. But then you could potentially move your own king out of the way and start pushing the h-pawn up the
like
board.
King G7?
King G7, I guess, yeah. And then you can always go rook e7 check, force the king away and take the pawn on f6, which should be winning one way or another, but still, you know, a lot of work to be done for Richie. And by the way, actually, Esipenko has moved. He's played the move king to g7. I guess Hikaru will just collect the pawn on b7 now. And queen c7 check, king up probably. Oh, he's played h4. He blitzed out h4. Huh. But now, yes, he could play queen d7, so I'm a little bit puzzled that Hikaru did not give the check on c7 and collect the b7 pawn. But I guess his idea... Oh yeah, sorry, go ahead, yeah?
No, you go ahead.
I guess the reason why he did not go queen c7, king g6 and taking the pawn is because black still has the move queen e5, which defends the pawn on b5 and hits the pawn on h2. Although actually white is queen e4, which would win on the spot. Anyway, h4 also looks really good for white. Now he can start going g5, and eventually then for black it will be difficult to do anything, because white is going to create his own passed pawns. Queen d7 by Esipenko. To me, g5 looks very natural. And then black actually will have to be very careful that he doesn't allow a queen trade by force.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
So queen d7.
h5 by Hikaru. Okay.
h5.
He's playing very, very fast here. A little bit surprised that he didn't go g5, but h5 also makes a lot of sense. Maybe h6 here for Esipenko.
Hikaru is like, okay, this one's in the bag. I'm not any more time at the board.
I guess so, yeah. Let's see, you guys. Do we have... If we have Hikaru on cam, we will pull him up, of course. I mean, he is on cam, but he is very, very small right now. Well, I mean, how do I... He's
we
small.
know what you're saying.
No, very funny. He's on the live broadcast, but he's just put in the. No, I mean that's also. I mean, I was gonna say he's put in the corner, but that's also not.
Only one thing to say with Benjamin. Distracted chat. Turn on the microwave. That way they won't. We'll move on.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, okay. Anyone in chat? How would you guys? How would you guys put it then? Like, Hikaru's on the live feed, but he's. Yeah, he's just. I don't know.
He's not on full screen.
He's not on full screen, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on swiftly. But I'm still Benjamin. I'm still looking for the answer, and I'm gonna be the representative of chat here. So, are you saying you are going on the microwave once Hikaru wins, or are you saying maybe?
Maybe. I guess we'll ask Hikaru. If he comes on.
When Hikaru comes on, are you serious? You're gonna ask him, "Hey Hikaru, want me to turn on my microwave to celebrate your win?"
I mean, probably the chat is gonna riot and ask.
I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to you asking Hikaru. That's gonna be my highlight of the day.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I think he is gonna win. But let's hope he will join us for an interview. I'm not mad, you guys. I'm not mad, you guys. We'll see. But yeah, Hikaru should be winning this game. I was just thinking, if Black plays a move like h6, what Hikaru can probably always do is play something like Queen f5, Queen e8, and probably even this pawn endgame should be winning for him, I would think. Because after this trade, he can always go e4, d4, d5, create a protected passer there, and then collect the b pawns with his own king. So really anything should be winning at this point for Hikaru, so I expect nothing else than a win here.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense for Esipenko to play on. I think as long as there's queens, there's always some hope that White might allow a chance. If the Black Queen could somehow come around the back, come into h2, I think it makes sense to keep playing. But
yeah,
I think Hikaru's got this under control.
Yeah, indeed, it's still a bit too early to resign, but he should have this one completely in the back. Something like h6 looks nice, so there's always checkmating ideas. Makes sense. Right, or, I mean, once again, he could start pushing this d-pawn, but I don't like that too much, because you expose your king just a little bit. Maybe you move like e4, because then queen d5 might become a threat. But either way, yeah.
I really like h6, actually, further restricting the king.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I guess king f7, queen f5 might win on the spot. Once again, all pawn games are winning for white. Black would probably have to go back, but then maybe something like check in here should be winning for white one way. Yeah, white should be winning this. I like h6, because you have ideas of bringing the queen to g7, and once again, I think even that pawn endgame is completely winning for white if we put it on the board.
By the way, yeah, I'll let you put there were 3 games going. One of them, Hari Krishna against Wesley So, has ended in a draw. With Lenier Dominguez taking now the sole lead in Pool D, which means that only the 2 games that we have on our screen right now, Rapport, Vitosek, and Hikaru's game, remain.
Yeah. Yeah, so we might see an interview there shortly between Hari Krishna and Wesley So. We'll definitely keep an eye out on that. In the meantime, let's see. So, I guess Rapport should be on his way to win, but I mean, still not that easy against Vitosek. I mean, the knight is always a bit tricky, and Black has his own pass pawn, so we will have to see. So let's see. I guess Hari Krishna and Wesley So will join shortly for an interview.
Yeah, and so Hikaru is still thinking we like h6. The thing for Hikaru, he's spoiled for good moves. I mean, it's hard. Apart from a move that blunders the queen, it's hard to find a move probably that doesn't win.
Indeed, yeah. Indeed, like you said, probably every move is winning. But yeah, I really like h6 because then if you can somehow get the queen on g7, pawn game is just over. And once again, I don't think black has a move simply after the move h6. So yeah, and h6 on the board. Yeah. Hikaru listening to us once again. And I think he's just going to win this game, grab the lead. That'd be huge.
Absolutely. What a fantastic day it's going for Hikaru with the other game in this pool drawn.
Indeed, yeah.
And especially, it's especially a big win because tomorrow, the toughest game for Hikaru, he will be black against Grischuk. So to take the lead is especially welcome because then tomorrow, once again, I think he'll just take a solid approach. But Grischuk, after playing the day, I wonder what he has in store for us. He mentioned in the interview he's going to take some risks, so I'm very curious what he's going to cook up for.
Yeah, no, he's gonna go all out for sure. I mean, after this game, he will be half a point behind Hikaru. So I mean, with the white pieces, he's gonna try to win for sure. I mean, if he draws that game, it's sort of out of his hands already, right? Because then Hikaru will have 2 black games out of the way, and then with half a point lead with 2 more whites, it's looking very, very good for him.
Well, it's not exactly out of his hands because he will play Hikaru one more time, right?
Right, but then he's playing Hikaru with black. And if Hikaru is solid, then there's just sometimes nothing you can do. So I'm pretty sure he is gonna go all out. Chat, stop being weird. Why is chat being weird?
I think they all want the mic. I'm also disappointed, Benjamin. We were promised. We were made a promise, and promises were broken.
There was never a real promise, but I don't know why they start being weird again. Anyway, I guess Wesley So and actually they are here, so let's move over real quick. 1 second. Here we go. Let's pull it up.
But it's weird. That must be just yesterday.
And the so. Joined now by the other 2 players of Pool D, Pentala Harikrishna and Grandmasters Wesley So. Wesley, first of all for you, how are you feeling? Are you still jet lagged?
Yeah, a little bit. I was falling asleep my game yesterday, so I never experienced jet lag like this before. I've been in Berlin for 4 days now. Today was much better than yesterday, but I didn't actually prepare for this game. I just went to bed very quickly and I slept for 15 hours. And it's a bit better today. I drank a lot of water.
Hikaru has won his game. Hikaru's won his game. We could keep watching this interview for a little bit longer, but he has won his game.
Melatonin, no jet lag pills. But it's weird. I must be getting old because before jet lag was no problem for me. But yeah, I think today Pentala played very well.
With the Esipenko resigning after h6, the final nail in the coffin.
I played this before.
I unmuted myself.
Oh no, you're not.
And what a huge result for Hikaru, who takes the lead in Pool A after 2 rounds.
Yeah, we'll keep watching this interview for a little bit, but probably Hikaru will be on the broadcast real soon, and hopefully he'll join us. So yeah.
But is he staying at the venue or what's going on?
But that game was also unpleasant, so I think Pentala showed very interesting idea. I had to defend very passively. I totally underestimated this would lead to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was worse the entire game, but I'm not sure if Pentala had realistic winning chances. I was just barely holding.
That gives me the entrance for Pentala. So you could have captured the pawn straight away on d5, but you preferred to play rook d3 first. Was there any special reason why you preferred to delay the capture of that pawn?
Well, after rook d5, black gets a lot of counter chances after rook fd8 or ad8, and I have to capture that. and somehow rook d4 follow after queen e2. Black had sufficient counter chances, and I thought that I should bring my pieces first before capturing this d5 pawn. And well, I mean, I kind of succeeded in doing that, but yeah, this rook bishop versus rook bishop, I thought I could get nice, you know, somehow get a hold on this position, like, you know, to get king e2 and b3, rook d3. But black has counter chances all the time, and of course I missed a couple of moves at the end. But I don't know where I could clearly improve or to pose more problems in the game.
Okay, so a solid draw, and good luck for both of you in
wasn't very solid.
tomorrow. Well, the result was solid.
Yeah, I think that's the problem when you play the Berlin. Mostly one opening with black, it's hard to win chances. But on the other hand, you could play Sicilian, and like Linear did, and it could work well, but it's also quite risky. So.
But do you think that's a good? Do you think that may be an interesting approach for this type of tournament, where only one player,
don't know what you are going to play next, so maybe you should think.
Yeah, maybe.
But taking into account that only one goes through to the next stage, maybe. But of course, I understand you don't want to talk too much about that.
But also, Linear plays knight of it's not like this is his first game.
It's no
so,
yeah, I think though, like, I've been playing Petrov in classical chess for the last 2 years, I thought. Okay.
Well, Grischuk actually mentioned this in his previous interview. He said that really you have to take risks in this tournament.
Yeah.
And he was wondering
maybe.
about that. He mentioned it before.
Maybe because only 6 games.
It's one of the reasons, at least he said, he decided to play this more risky setup today.
That's
modern defensive play, I think,
Okay.
or Pitt's modern defensive.
Yeah, problem, unless your name is Carlsen, it's hard to win games. Yeah? Like, Carlsen can play any opening with white and with black. But yeah, we'll see. This format is quite interesting. But at the same time, if you lose one game, then your chances are pretty much.
Okay. Dina, would you like to talk about anything of this?
It's okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's see where the Hikaru interview is. It should be.
All right, and
Offered him a draw, and he actually.
or
yes.
Wait, they haven't had Hikaru on yet, right?
Well, I
draw
guess
now.
there is only one interviewer, so I guess
Yeah.
Hikaru will be coming on very, very soon.
Yeah, let's hope so. Yeah, we'll just have to wait. But yeah, he grabs the lead. So this last game is still going on. So let's throw that on the main board. Rapport versus Faraseev. Looking pretty good for Rapport. He's up a pawn here. And still all the chances in the world to win. But I mean, it's not over just yet. Should still have plenty of time.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I liked our idea of giving the check on b7, get the king out of the way, and push the h-pawn. But still,
Indeed.
I mean, this still looks horrible for black, but Rapport has been taking a long, long time here.
Yeah. Right, so rook b8 play by Rapport. What should black do? I mean, maybe knight d5 to stop the pawn, or start running. I mean, e4 hangs your own pawn after knight d6, I would think. So I cannot imagine that being good. Yeah, let's hope that Hikaru will join us shortly for an interview. But we'll just have to wait. Should be winning somehow.
Let's see. Yeah, only this one games remain. I think Hikaru will be. Is there an interview going on? I was seeing in chat.
Not that I can see. I will keep an eye out on that, but I don't think Hikaru was interviewed.
Maybe what we can do is we can show the standings in each group.
Sure.
While
yeah.
we wait.
Indeed, let's pull that up. So let's have a look at Pool A. So in Pool A, if we have a look at the standings, we see that Hikaru Nakamura, your favorite streamer, is in the lead with 1.5 points out of 2 games. Esipenko and Alexander Grischuk are in second place with 1 point, and Andrei Esipenko is in last place with only half a point. Hikaru will play Grischuk tomorrow with the black pieces. That's going to be an absolute banger. Grischuk will go all out for sure to try to beat Hikaru and take over the lead, but I'm sure Hikaru will try to be solid and hold down the fort. So those are the standings in Pool A. Fiona,
I heard
what
the
are...
interview is going on now.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's pull it up. Second, you guys.
Many other the pawns.
Live while Fedoseev is looking for survival.
Yeah, like the H pawn and the D pawn, and he can't stop both, or that I couldn't get this a bathtub or flying V with the pawns, because there were a couple spots towards the end that maybe I had a chance, but you know, it's more important to win the game than trying to meme, so I wasn't really going to mess it up. When I played this H6 move, I could have done many other things, but yeah, it's a win. It's all that matters, as I like to say.
And what Twitch emote would you use to describe your game today?
I think probably PogO. That's what I would use. I think obviously it was a statement kind of game. I mean, after Sergey's nonsense, for lack of a better way of putting it, I mean it was quite nice to win. So I think PogO would symbolize what happened.
If dress code was allowed here in Grand Prix, would you consider wearing your pineapple T-shirt on the games?
Well, you know, it's funny. Before the game, actually, I was gonna wear a pineapple tie, and I didn't do that. So, I mean, obviously, I would wear it. I mean, it goes without saying. So, yeah.
And now a question a little bit more serious. If you were asked to play in the next Olympiad for Team US, would you consider it?
Oh, I mean, that's a very tough question. I think a lot depends on what happens with the ratings over the next couple of months. I think I'll say this: if I'm not in the top 4, there's about there's 0% chance of me playing. So I would say right now the odds of me playing are probably like 5%. Just it's not worth it for me. I'm not going to play as a reserve.
Okay, and the final question for today: who would win a game of chess between your refrigerator and Box microwave?
Well, I mean, having a refrigerator, I've had it a lot longer, and it's much more iconic.
All right, fair enough. Good luck.
Microwave wins every time. No. Microwave wins every time.
What an interview.
Very chill.
So much to take in there.
Yeah. But I mean, Hikaru knows he's wrong there, but. Yeah, we'll see when he comes on. Anyway, let's have a very quick look at the standings in Pool B. So in Pool B, we see that Vitosek is currently in the lead with 1.5 points. Fedoseev is behind him, but Fedoseev is probably gonna lose and not catch up. Oparin has half a point and Richard has 0 points, but he's probably gonna win this game against Fedoseev. So probably Richard, Rapport, and Fedoseev will be in shared second place with 1 point, and Grigory Oparin with only half a point in last place. So Fiona, what are the standings in Pool C?
See, great question. I've closed all my windows. That's the group where Levon, I think Vidit and Aronian, is the sole leader. He won his game yesterday against Vidit, drew today. Today, all the games in that pool were drawn, so Vidit and Aronian, the sole leader here.
Yeah, Vidit and Aronian indeed in the lead, and Dubov and Kamer behind. Vidit only half a point in last place. And then let's have a look at the standings in Pool D. So Lenier Dominguez takes the lead after a nice win with the black pieces over Alexis Shirov. And Wesley So and Pentala Hari Krishna are in shared second place with 1 point out of 2 games after they've drawn their first 2 games. So yeah, we'll just have to wait for Hikaru to come on, and we'll keep this game between Rapport and Fedoseev on.
Yeah, and that game probably will be over quite soon, because can't he just take the pawn on e4 now?
I was thinking the same. Yeah, I guess you just take the... wait, I guess he wants rook b4. Hitting the knight and the pawn on g4. It's not over just yet. Should be winning somehow, but not that easy.
So, let's see. King e7 on the board.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still wrapping my head around that interview with Hikaru. Was a thing of beauty, and rapport has captured on E4. I like that Hikaru was like, yeah, I'd rather go H6 and win the game than play a, like, what was the move to get the bathtub?
Wait.
Like, it's a good thing that the win is more important than memes.
Indeed, yeah, for sure. Wait, anyway, yeah, so, indeed, the win is always more important than the memes. Right, so rook b4 on the board by Fedoseev. And, yeah. We'll have to see how Rapport will convert this one. He actually has an interesting move here. He could play the move b6, as I was about to say. If black captures the knight, there's the move b7. And if rook b4, there is the move rook h8. Threatening to promote the pawn. And if you take rook h7 and you collect the rook. So that is why Richard voluntarily hangs his knight on e4.
Very nice stuff, and it looks like, I mean, now that b6 has been played, what do you, if you can take on e4, what do you do as black?
I don't know, because I guess after knight takes b6, rook b7 is just lights out. The king will have to move, and then we collect the pawn on f6. That should be completely winning. So I think b6 is really a nice finishing touch by Richie, and I think that should just win him the game.
Yeah, Fedose still has 20 minutes on the clock, but even as we can see from the bar on the side of the board, +7 is quite a sizable advantage. So this one about to be over. It's the last game, still going in the round of the Grand Prix.
Indeed, yeah. So once again, let's hope that Hikaru can join us shortly. Guess he's getting back to the hotel as we speak. But of course, always takes a little time. Still not here, okay.
I guess we have no... The thing is, we never know, right? We sit, we hope that he shows up, but we also... I mean, today was a much longer game. I don't know if Hikaru is going to join every day. Of course, we'll rate around a little bit.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, I think this round is about to wrap up. Richard looks to be winning against Fedoseev. Hikaru did win his game, you guys. He's leading his group with 1.5 out of 2. But once again, we'll just wait for him to hop on and join us.
Maybe what we could do is take a final, very short break, see if we can find out if he will join or not, then come back also, go back to this final game, or do you just want to wait? What do you want to do?
Yeah, sure. We'll just take a very short break and we'll just wait for Hikaru to come up. But don't go anywhere, you guys. Hikaru will probably join us for an interview and give us his thoughts about this exciting game that he won to grab the lead. Don't go anywhere, you guys.
See you soon.
And welcome back, you guys, to the second round of the FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. And look who we have here for an interview. Hikaru, congratulations on your win against Andrei Esipenko. What are your thoughts of the game?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a very fun game to play. I mean, I think we're both sort of out of our preparation pretty early on. And, you know, that's what I like about chess. It's fun when you get to play games like today, almost regardless of the result, because I think by move 10, pretty much we're on our own. And, I mean, it's better than you know, some of the games where you get to, like, move 30 and it's just a forced draw, you know, without even a game, honestly. So, yeah, it was quite nice, and definitely can't complain with the result.
Yeah, awesome. And I just wanted to ask you, so I guess this move knight d4 was the first new move for you, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think what I would say is that, again, everybody assumes that I'm not preparing. It's actually kind of funny that I get the feeling that whether it's over the board or online, everybody thinks that, like, I say I'm preparing and I'm not preparing, because Andre never plays bishop c5. I mean, he just doesn't play bishop c5. And then he decides to play it today. Yeah, I mean, knight d4 I think was the first new move. Now, again, I haven't looked at all yet, so I don't really know where the opportunities that were missed were by both sides. But I have a feeling that that, you know, I was just maybe a little bit better, and then we got to this critical moment when I played bishop takes e4, and I think somewhere around there was where it was really really, maybe I had something better, I felt like, but perhaps not. I mean, chat's saying I played perfectly, so maybe I did, but
I think you played pretty well, yeah. I didn't really see any clear improvements here. I mean, you could have maybe taken on e4 a move earlier. Did you consider it there, or?
Well, I mean, see, this is the thing. Like, I wasn't really sure. Bishop e4, rook e4, and then what? Is it bishop b2, f6, f3, right? But then he has rook e6, c6, and I wasn't so sure. I mean, this opening has a lot of shades of this Catalan variation, where you get like you get these pawns going f3, e4, g4, and some like f6, g7, and then you try to break on the king side in the knight e5 cat. But again, like, I mean, it's really hard to judge.
Right. Yeah. All right. So yeah, you play queen c4, bishop f5, took here. I thought he had to take with the rook on e4, and then after queen c3, f6.
Yeah, f6, and then
maybe rook
I think I was
e6.
Gonna play rook a. Yeah, after rook e6, and then I think. I mean, again, I wasn't sure what's happening here. I mean, I have rook. Yeah, like rook fc1, I think, and then rook c6, queen d4.
Right.
But I mean, okay, it's not anything special, of course. I mean, black has rook c2 at the end of all of this.
Yeah. So I thought like that would have been a better option for him, but after that it seemed like you're really in control after bishop takes, and bishop c6 looked a bit off because the bishop didn't really have any prospects there, right?
I mean, I thought bishop c6 was the best move during the game, so I mean, I think it's kind of hard to be critical. I mean, obviously with the computer it's much easier. I mean, you see all the mistakes, and we can be critical of the players, but I don't know. To me, bishop c6 looked like the right move. I thought his mistake was that he didn't play b5. I mean, I thought that was a mistake. As we go forward, like rook c1, and then queen f4. Yeah, and I thought like right around here after rook c4, I thought queen d5 was one move that should be equal, and I thought b5 is worse, but maybe some chances. Actually, not b5, rook d8, and then b5 after rook fc1. I mean,
right, yeah.
Again, I think white's maybe a little bit better here because there's like some rook d4, and then you go e4, g4 later on, but. I mean, again, like it feels like white should be better here after rook d8 and then g4.
Right, that's also what I thought. Like always your plan should be to push for g5, and maybe it's like queen d5 to annoy you with like queen b3 or queen a2.
Yeah, queen d5 and then e4, queen b3, bishop c3, and I mean I literally don't care about the queen side basically. I mean, again, I think this is practically winning for white because if queen a3 just rook a1, and I also have h4 and g5 later. So
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's winning, but it feels like who cares about the queen side, kind of.
Indeed, yeah. All right, and then when he played queen e6, so how far did you calculate when you played the move b5?
Oh, I mean, I saw the whole line. But the thing is, I used 10 minutes because I wasn't 100% sure if it was winning. So if we go to this critical moment after b5, I mean, by the way, he said he missed rook e4, just to be clear.
Oh yeah.
But when you go to this position after rook c8, rook d8 here, yeah, rook d7, rook c8, rook d8, bishop. Like here, I thought for a long time because I assume it's winning, but I wasn't sure about this line with bishop f6, gf6, queen g4, king h8.
And queen b4, queen e3.
Yeah, I thought this was winning, but I wasn't 100% sure that it was winning because I mean, queen e3 takes rook c8, and I think after e4 and king f2, eventually it should be winning. But I mean, I wasn't 100% sure about this one.
Right, yeah. I thought this was also like maybe not 100% clear cut, but I guess you were pretty confident that the queen endgame after. So this was really the only question mark you had,
well,
right?
So if you go back, I mean, this is why I took like 10 minutes before I played bishop f6 because I also have the option to play queen c7 instead. And I mean, this is also a very, very unpleasant endgame after queen c7, takes. And then, I don't know, like bishop c6 and e4, followed by king f2 and king e3. Like,
yeah.
Because again, it's even if you end up in an opposite color bishop ending, if d3 falls, you just lose because I have 5 connected that go up the board. Indeed. So, like, I thought this was also probably winning, but then, like, I mean, I used all that time and I figured this one, maybe there's some miracle draw. Whereas the other one, I figure, you know, as Magnus would say, I mean, I don't believe in fortresses, so if there's a fortress, good for you. I mean, so be it. But I didn't really see it, so I thought at the end of the day, take the one where I'm almost certain there is no fortress versus the one where maybe there's some miracle.
Right.
We saw the broadcast just before this moment when you took on f6. You very relaxed, and Andre was looking very dejected, even 6 was played.
Mm-hmm.
Does that comfort you in the feeling this is winning, or how do you feel when your opponents look like that?
I mean, I think I've said it before on my stream. I mean, it didn't really matter to me. I mean, but I'll say this: at the end of the game, he was very dejected, very sad. Because I mean, his chances of probably winning the group are really low now. Whereas for me, like if I had lost, so be it. Like, I mean, come on, I'm a streamer. I literally don't care. So basically, I would say that at the end of the day, I think sort of the stress, I don't have any of that. Whereas I think everybody else in the group does have it. So I think that makes a big difference, just overall. When you don't have any stress, like I mean, win or lose, it's not really that big of a deal for me. So because of that, I think that it makes it a lot easier to play. Whereas for like Andre, I mean, he felt the pressure because like for him, this is everything, and rightfully so, of course. So I mean, it's tough. It's tough.
But Andre doesn't have any real chances to qualify, right? I mean, because he's only playing this leg.
This nonsense. That's right. I forgot that. Yeah, he's only playing one event. But I mean, okay, still, I mean, also, I don't really know because I get the sense that all these Russian guys, they actually think I'm not studying chess at all. Like I saw Fedoseev, the fish. He came by my board at least like 3 times when I was winning, and he gave me this look like, how are you winning this game? Like it's not possible that you're winning. So I have this feeling that there's this weird thing, and I mean, I don't know if it's like Sergey started or whatever, but it's like I don't know if they think that I'm just not serious about chess or what, but it's just kind of odd. And I mean, I think certainly for Andre, I've never played him before, so we haven't really encountered each other, and I think I mean, again, I assume that there was probably because of all that. I mean, I'll just say it, all that bullshit that Sergey tried to start for no reason.
Yeah, it almost feels like poor Andre has to pay the price for the shit stirred by Karyakin, which you mentioned in your interview as well. Was that on your mind even while you were playing?
I mean, not for me, but I mean, I think if anything, probably he's like, I think at least in Russia, he's viewed as like this legendary figure. And so I think probably for Andre, it played a big role and it probably affected him very badly. Whereas like, to me, I mean, Andre seems like a nice kid. I have nothing against him, obviously. And like it felt like, I mean, maybe Sergey, all that nonsense that Sergey tried to start for no particularly good reason. I think it actually may have affected Andre quite a bit in the game today.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for him, of course, but for you, Hikaru, well, after 2 rounds, you are the sole leader in this A group. I know it's early doors, but what is the feeling tonight?
I mean, it doesn't really matter to me. I guess what I would say is that it's really good that to at least prove the haters wrong. Like I said, there are a lot of people who seem to think that A, I was retired, I don't play classical chess, and B, that if I do play, obviously I can't do preparation, I can't play against the top players. So, again, I mean, there's a long way to go, and you never know. Obviously, it's only one game, but sort of like shoving it in the haters' face is really good, especially all the haters on Reddit. So I would just add that.
And a question about tomorrow's game. Tomorrow you'll be black against Grischuk. I'm sure you saw at least parts of the Grischuk game today, where he went pretty much all in from the start. He mentioned in the interview, he has to take these big risks. So probably more of the same to be expected tomorrow. What are your thoughts going into that?
Well, I mean, first of all, as Andre was thinking, it looked to me like knight h6 and knight takes f7 was just winning for Etienne in the game. I mean, I don't know if you guys can tell me if it was, but
yeah, it was winning.
Board, it looked like a very easy win, and then Etienne played knight e5, and I was just like, I mean, either I'm terrible at chess or they are kind of like, because it just looked like the most obvious thing in the world. So I was really, really confused by that. I mean, again, this is sort of the issue, though. It's like if you try to be really solid, sometimes it works. I mean, if you're winning games with white. But of course, like if you do what Grischuk did, and I mean, he should have lost this game, he would have had a big egg on his face. So, I mean, the risk reward is always the big question. I mean, I think certainly Sasha got very lucky today. But again, I mean, he's a strong player, and most of us don't have more than one off day. So it's going to be exciting. And I think also, I mean, if I look back to 2019, back when maybe I took chess a little bit more seriously, or maybe it was my real job at the time. I lost to Sasha in this very tough match in the semifinals of the FIDE Grand Prix in Moscow, and I think if I had not lost that match, I would have made it to the finals. And there's a very good chance I would have qualified for the last candidates tournament, and of course, I would probably be playing chess still. But I do remember that, and so certainly I'll try to play better. But again, at the end of the day, I feel no pressure. I think everybody else feels, well, maybe not Etienne, but I would say that like Andre and Sasha for sure, they feel some huge pressure because it's a big opportunity for them. Whereas for me, hey, if I make it, I make it. If I don't, I don't. Big deal. That's life.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a great point you're making. This pressure situation definitely helps the fact you have no pressure. And Benjamin, I know chat open, so he might be wondering what all that microwave chat is. And Benjamin wanted to ask you a question, I think.
No, I didn't want to ask you a question, but yeah. I don't know why the chat is writing.
Yeah, no, okay, but I mean, let me add something else too. Like, I think it's really worth noting this whole pressure thing. If you look at the candidates tournament, the quality of play by everybody just goes off a cliff. Everybody plays, much worse than they normally do, simply because this pressure of trying to win the tournament, like it overrides everything else because there's no other situation in chess quite like it. And so I really, like, when I say this, I'm not actually like joking. I think, pressure is a very real thing. And if you look at pretty much all the other players here, this is their chance to make some money to qualify for the candidates. It's a very serious thing. Whereas to me, like, if I qualify, great. if I don't, okay, no big deal, no sweat. And I think that definitely helps me, just like feeling absolutely zero pressure. And I think, I think it definitely has shown, at least so far in the tournament.
Right, and I just wanted to ask you in the game, like, at what point did you feel like 100% confident that you were gonna win? So you took an f6, pawn takes, queen g4, he played king f8, and after you traded queen b4, king e7. So yeah, just once again, at what point did you feel confident you were gonna win?
I was pretty confident that when he didn't play queen takes e3, I was gonna win. But if you're asking when I was like 100% sure that I was gonna win, I think it's when he played queen c. He played queen c5 here, right?
Right, yeah, I thought that he should at least go like queen d6.
I thought queen a5 was maybe the better try. I don't think it does anything, but I thought maybe there's some try with like queen a5 and b5. I felt that once he went queen c5 though, and I got queen d3 and the pawn wasn't going anywhere, I was like basically certain that I would win.
Yeah, that was also the feeling we had, because the pawn really isn't going anywhere, and then you just slowly but surely improve the position.
Yeah, once he got passive with queen f7, I knew I was going to win for sure. Once the queen was passive and there's no way to push like the b pawn down the board, I knew that I would win.
And then at some point also, like, all the pawning games are winning.
Right, of course. Obviously with 5 connected, it's kind of hard not to win. But it's also nice to win a game where I didn't move my d pawn the entire game. So once again, that's why nice. When in doubt, play the opening of the mutineers.
Hikaru, exactly. I have one very final question for you. You talked about this, you have less pressure, and especially in the candidates tournament. What would you do if you ended up qualifying to the candidates tournament?
Okay, that's a funny question, so I was asked about that. I think what I would say is, I think it's basically 50-50. If it's 50-50 whether I play or I see if I can give my spot away to a certain player who's kind of been screwed over by the pandemic. That's what I would say. I think it's 50-50, it really is. But I have a feeling that if I qualify, there's zero chance of that happening, because someone didn't play the Grand Prix or the Grand Swiss or the World Cup, so probably they'll say they're not eligible, if I had to be frank. But I would say if it's possible, it's like 50-50.
Well, certainly a lot of intrigue. Of course, it's a long way away. It's the first Grand Prix, but a fantastic start for you. It is getting quite late. I think, unless Benjamin has another question, we'll probably let you go and also start wrapping up here.
Well, it's only 7:30, of course, but yeah, I think,
compared to the end of yesterday's game.
Right, but again, the games are at 3:00, so it's pretty good. And I feel like I've played well. I've done what I had to do, and it's really just nice to sort of prove a point to not Andre, because I like Andre. I don't really have any ill will towards him, but it's nice to prove a point to a certain someone who just lost their mind for no reason.
Point was certainly proven. And yeah, tomorrow a huge game to look forward to against Grischuk. I'm looking forward to that. But Hikaru, once again, from my end, it's a pleasure, of course, seeing you back at the board, and we look forward to more of the same.
Yeah, looking forward to it. So again, long way to go, but I mean, at least I've proven that I can play against the top players still.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats once again on today's win.
All right, you guys. Well,
have a good one. Congrats and good luck tomorrow.
Thanks. All right, see you guys soon.
Bye.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Okay,
all right,
so,
you guys.
Benjamin, I set you up for the question. I can't believe.
I mean, I'm not gonna ask him that myself. I don't know, like.
I thought you had said earlier in the show, I'm gonna ask him. That's
no,
why
like,
I set it up.
Chat could ask him.
And it was a genuine misunderstanding. Like, I thought you had said, when I said, what about the microwave, I thought you'd said, I'll ask Hikaru. So I was so looking forward to that, but maybe another time.
Everyone knows it's the best microwave in the world. We don't need to prove that. So yeah.
Okay, well, Benjamin, meanwhile, while we had the interview on Richard Rapport, has won his game against Vitosek, so is over. And what a round it was, once again. I mean, Hikaru, so leader of his group, what more could we ask for?
Yeah, no, indeed, Hikaru grabs the lead in his group. I just wanted to pull up real quick the standings in Group B, just to make it a bit more clear. Vitosek is now leading the group with 1.5 points, and Richard Rapport and Vitosek are in shared second place with 1 point. And let's show Hikaru's group once
Hikaru,
again.
by the way, is celebrating with 20 gifted.
Whoa! Thank you so much to Hikaru for 20 gifted to the community. Thank you so much, Hikaru. Yeah, I guess he's just happy. And I just wanted to show Hikaru's group real quick. Hikaru is in the lead with 1.5 out of 2, and in shared second place we have Esipenko and Alexander Grischuk with 1 point, and Andrei Esipenko in last place with 0.5 point.
So I think that wraps up the action for today, but thank you so much to you guys for watching us. It's been a lot of fun. It's been the best possible day, actually, and tomorrow, round 3, a huge game to look forward to. Hikaru will be playing black against Alexander Grischuk. Benjamin and I will be here once again, same place, same time, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, yeah, tomorrow's game is going to be an absolute banger between Alexander Grischuk, who has to go all out with the white pieces, trying to beat Hikaru, trying to take over the lead. But once again, we will be here at 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. Central European time. We hope to see you guys then.
Have a good one. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.